Good morning, we're on the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2-571 et seq of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2-577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson, chairperson of the board. I want to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Good morning, Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Good morning, Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 11 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you'll remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case this morning is a protest hearing status case number 25 PRO 00113 VIP Lounge, license number 119913. This hearing is canceled due to the cancellation of the license on January 7th, 2026. See board order number 2026-04. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00119 AI Pop LLC, license number 129775. Good morning, Ms. Doriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Matthew Menorah, Access Elevated, and Rashik Ellis, Access Elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Menorah. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Sure. Matthew Menorah, Matthew. Last name is Minora. The law firm of Malleus O'Brien, the same ground, and we're ABC licensed counsel for AI Pop.
Good morning. Mr. Ellis, can you spell and state your name for the record and your representation, sir?
Yes, Rashik Ellis, that's RAHSHEK, Ellis, ELLIS, and I am the protest representative for residents of the Mo.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Menorah, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, unless a 5th member of Mr. Ellis's party shows up, they're not a group of 5.
I was not aware that there was an issue with standing. So, Mr. Ellis, how many people were at the roll call hearing, sir?
There were 3, including myself, at the roll call hearing.
4. So where is the 5th person, sir? Is there a 5th person today?
There should be.
And who is that, sir?
So there's potential for Priya. I don't remember her last name. Alicia.
All right. Who is supposed to be here today, sir? Have they logged in for this to participate in this hearing today, sir?
Yeah, that I don't know. I gave them the information. I don't know if they're logged in. And by the way, we didn't receive the information until last night, the login. So I don't know if they were able to make arrangements to be on this hearing.
Well, sir, I know that you were specifically informed at the roll call hearing that when you protest a matter as a group of five or more, that five people must appear either between the roll call and the first protest status hearing. And so if the fifth person does not appear, then the board has no option but to dismiss your protest. So if if you tell me who it is that is supposed to show up today, I'll ask Mr. Oriana to see if that person can identify themselves in the chat. But if the fifth person does not identify themselves in the chat, I have no option but to dismiss your protest today, sir.
Okay, so the names of the individuals who should be on this call would be Priya, Sweden, Alessia Labate. Let's see. Alexis, I'm not sure of Alexis' last name. And Jameer is another person who should be on this call.
So Mr. Menorah, are you familiar with any of those names, sir? I've
Miss
seen in the protests.
Priya showed up at the first hearing, and I believe Alessia did as well. Mr. Jameer Milton is on the protest letter, but he's not appeared yet to date.
Mr. Ellis?
Yes.
What if you cannot produce a fifth person, I'm going to make a motion to dismiss your protest, sir.
Okay.
All right, so in order to, as a group of five or more, you need five, at a minimum, five individuals must be present either at the roll call hearing, and if the five individuals are not present at the roll call hearing, then at the status hearing, that fifth person must show up. This case is scheduled for 10:30. It's now 10:40. The protester has failed to produce a fifth member. They were not given full standing at the roll call hearing, and so therefore, because they're not a fifth member has not presented him or herself here today, I make a motion that the protest be dismissed. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Unfortunately, Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. What that means, Mr. Ellis, is that we're dismissing your protest, and the hearing because the failure of the protestants to have five members present either between the roll call hearing and the status hearing today, and so therefore the board will issue an order dismissing the protest, and the board will instruct the agency to move forward in towards renewing the application for this establishment. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry. The next case on the calendar is case number 25 PRO 00122, Quartz Bar, license number 132899. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Paul Strauss, access elevated. Igor Ponomarev, access elevated. And I believe that is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board.
Hold on, Mr. Strauss. Mr. Prono Marvey, I apologize. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir, and your affiliation with this case?
Good morning, Igor Ponomarev.
How do you spell that, sir, for the record? We have a court reporter, so I want to make sure your name is spelled
Okay.
properly for the record.
Igor, Igor, Ponomarev is Ponomarev.
And what's your relationship with this establishment, sir?
He's the protestant.
He's the I apologize, Mr. And you're also the protestant too, Mr. Sprouse.
I'm counsel for the protestant, so I'll be speaking on behalf of Mr. Ponomarev.
I was aware that you are counsel, but I thought that Mr. Poner
Igor, call me Igor.
Igor, I thought that he was the licensee. All right, so where Mr. Oriana, can you please put on the chat, is a licensee? So we're looking for Mr. Let me see, what case is this? This is
Sohan Mustafa.
yes, Mr. Mustafa, or anyone. Is there anyone here for Courts Bar? So can you put something in the chat, please, sir?
We have a couple call-in users. I'm gonna elevate just to see.
Yes. Is
One
there
moment,
anyone here?
court reporter.
And is there anyone here for Courts Bar?
To unmute, you do *6 on the keypad.
If you're here for Courts
Can you hear me?
Bar,
Can you hear me? Sohan
yes, sir.
Mustafa speaking.
So you're here for what, sir?
I'm here for Courts Bar.
All right, so okay, sir. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Sohan Mustafa, Sohan, last name Mostofa.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Strauss, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Anderson, members of the board. I'm Paul Strauss, Paulstrauss. I'm counsel for the protestant.
And who's here with you today, sir?
Igor Ponomarev is here.
And who is he? He's the protestant?
He's the protestant, yes.
All right. And Mr. Ponomarev has already identified himself for the record. All right, so Mr. Mustafa, are there any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
Other than the fact that he's not a building owner or a deed holder.
Well,
other than that, no.
It's my understanding that the protestant was given. What happened at the roll call hearing, sir? What happened at the roll call hearing?
We moved forward. We went to mediation.
Hold on, Mr. Strauss. There's an issue being raised by the applicant saying that the protestant is not an owner. So I'm just trying to get some clarification from him. What happened at the roll call hearing? Did you raise that issue, and what was standing given to the protestant at the roll call hearing, sir?
From my understanding, it was not given.
That's your
Because she
understanding.
established that we are both leaseholders. Neither one of us owned the property.
All right, let me see if I can get a copy of the transcript from hold on a minute. I need to get a copy of the transcript for the roll call hearing. This is for Quartz Bar. I need to get a copy of the transcript for Quartz Bar. So I'm trying to get hold of a copy of the transcript so I can read the transcript. I was not aware that this was an issue. Um, as soon as I receive the transcript, I'll read it and then I will discuss the preliminary issue, and and then I'll have you respond, Mr. Strauss. But I need to see what decision the board's agent made at that hearing, so therefore I'll know how to, and then of course I'll ask you to respond. But I just need to, since issues raised by the licensee. We'll go off the record for a couple of minutes, okay? So we're off the record for a couple of minutes. All right, I'll be just we're off the record for a couple of minutes, okay?
Okay. Okay.
No i tak.
Are we back in the record? need everyone else to back. All right. All right, Mr. Mustafa. You made an oral motion. What tell me again, repeat, sir, what is it that you stated?
I stated that neither one of us are property owners. We both lease the place.
Now, so let me ask you a question, sir. Did you raise this as an issue at the roll call hearing?
I did.
Were you instructed to put something in writing, like a formal written motion, or so tell me what happened? And the reason why I'm asking that because I don't have the transcript from the roll call hearing for that day. I mean, what I have from December 15th, it was that stand-in was granted, but I don't have copies currently of the conversations were held. So, but I'm just saying, sir, so did you raise that with the board's agent on December 15th?
Yeah, so Miss
I'm
Fletcher,
in this
Laverne
hearing.
Fletcher.
I'm sorry, who else is speaking? Somebody's speaking. I don't know who else is speaking. Can you just mute your line, please? I'm just talking to one person. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so the Laverne Fletcher, she kind of like reaffirmed that neither one of us, or he because he's not a property owner, he doesn't have standing.
And what did she ask you to do, sir? No, but that's not what I'm looking at the results, and it said that standing was granted. That's what it stated. So I guess what I'm trying to get some clarification from you, sir. I said before, I don't have the transcript, but I do have the results from that day. So I don't know what conversations were held. I'm going to ask Mr. Strauss to address it, but did she were you instructed to put something in writing to say that you're objecting to you're objecting to granting standing because he's not a property owner? He's not an abutting property owner, sir?
As I recall, last time I was not asked to do that.
All right. Mr. Strauss, what is your position on the allegation is that your client is not a property owner, and because hold on, and so because the person is not a go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I apologize. I'm getting the closed captioning, but all of a sudden I don't have audio from you. So I believe I'm following the argument, and I don't want to disrupt the hearing by trying to log on and off, although that may fix it. We contend that Mr. Pomeroff is the owner of adjacent property. His standing is proper. At the roll call hearing, which I was at, I can assuredly represent as an officer of the court that no standing issue was raised at that time. There were some discussions in mediation. Mediation is, of course, confidential and not appropriate to raise before the board. The applicant was advised on what he would have to do if he wanted to challenge standing, and he has yet to follow that advice. So we contend that we are properly here today, and that the proper course of action would be to schedule a protest hearing.
All right, Mr. Mustafa. I can't make a ruling today. So what I'm asking you to do, sir, if you are challenging standing, I need you to provide something in writing to the board. I mean, I think you're making an oral motion. You can provide something in writing to the agency to state that I am challenging standing because the Mr. Pono Pro Pon Pon O Marv and is not an owner of the establishment, sir. I'm sorry, he's not an owner of the residence, so he's not an abutting property owner because only an owner can get standing as an abutting property owner. And of course, Mr. Strauss will have an opportunity to respond in writing. you need to do that, sir. So it doesn't have to. I don't know if you're an attorney. You don't necessarily need to have an attorney, but just put it in writing to the agency. Send it to ABCA Legal, to state to raise it in writing, and Mr. Strauss will respond, and then the board will make a ruling whether or not proper standing has been established by the abutting property owner, sir. Do you understand? Mr.
We
Mus-
understand. I just thought it was during mediation, we already clarified that he's not a property owner. So I just, I'm not
But-
sure why this has to keep going on.
All right, sir. I don't know what happened in mediation, sir. Standing is granted at the roll call hearing. And so I don't know what I said before, since I do not have the transcript because I requested the transcript. There's no transcript that I have available, so I don't know. Did you raise these arguments there, sir, at the roll call hearing?
I'm sorry, at the roll call hearing,
With
I
Ms. Fletcher,
didn't, but that was because that's because Miss Laverne Fletcher, I guess, due to due diligence, she didn't even know that he wasn't a property owner. And then in mediation, we clarified that.
All right, but mediation is confidential. I don't know what happened at mediation, sir. So therefore, you're now before the board. I need you to put something in writing. Why is it that I need you to put something in writing to the agency specifically stating that you're challenging standing because he's not a property owner? And what is
Right.
it
So
that-
I did that actually. I did that.
What did you do, sir? And when did you do that?
I sent a letter attached to it was sent to Igor Ponomarev with CC'd with ABCA Legal on it. And this was
And when did
probably
you-
like maybe like a month ago.
You send that to our agency? You sure? Because
Absolutely.
I have not seen it, and I was not prior to you making this motion. I was not aware. So are you? Can you
I can resubmit it.
All right, Mr. Oriana, can you put the email address in the chat, please? Hold on a minute. Let
Just
me
it.
see. Yeah, hold on.
Oh, but since you are a call user, it is abca.legal@dc.gov.
All right. What's your name? Mr. Mustafa. It's my Mustafa.
Mustafa.
I'm sorry, one more time for me, please, sir.
Mustafa?
Mustafa. All right. You
Yeah.
did send a letter to ABCA Legal. However, it's my understanding you did not raise standing as an issue, sir. So I saw what you need to specifically place it. This it's my understanding that yes, you did send a letter, but you did not raise it as an issue. So what I need you to do, sir, is to specifically state that you're challenging standing and why you're challenging standing. Why you're challenging that this owner does not have standing because he is not a property owner. And so do you have any proof to provide to us? What is it? Do you have any proof to provide to us that he's not a property owner?
Yeah, I actually have the deed to the building that
All
the
right, so-
landlord sent me.
All right, so then can you resubmit that information, and you also need to specifically state your challenge and stand-in because he is not an owner. So I don't know
Okay.
from my understanding, you did what the letter that you sent to ABCA Legal did not specifically state that that he should not receive standing because he is not a property owner. So this is what I need you to do. So you need to specifically put in writing that you are objecting to standing because he's not a property owner, and attach whatever information that you to support your position. So put that in writing to the agency as soon as possible, and Mr. Strauss will have an opportunity to respond. Okay, so
Okay,
should you what, sir?
should I also address it to his attorney as well?
You need to send a copy to the document that you send to the agency. You should also send a copy to Mr. Strauss. So you have to also serve him a copy at the same time. Excuse me, at the same time. So send Mr. Strauss a copy of the document that you're filing with the board. But it needs
Okay.
but you need to specifically state in that letter that you are contesting his standing because he's not a property owner. So that needs to be specific. It needs to be clear what is it that you're contesting.
Okay, got it.
All right, so you send that to ABCA Legal. You also provide a copy of it to Mr. Strauss, and Mr. Strauss will respond. Until that issue, so because I have no information, the board doesn't have any information to challenge the decision that has been made. This matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on March 4th, 2026. So therefore, I'm going to continue this case. And that what I said, not continue. I'm going to establish that the protest hearing is scheduled for March 4th at 1:30 p.m. However, if information is provided to the agency as soon as possible, we will make a decision whether or not standing was appropriately granted to the protestant. But I just also want to state that if the board rules that the protestant has standing to move forward, I just want to advise the party that 7 days before the hearing, which I believe is on or before February 28th, you have to do the PIP. Do you understand what that is, sir?
No. Please clarify.
All right. Okay. So, all right. Now that we've scheduled this matter for protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct the applicant and the protestants about. So the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to this case. You will receive by electronic or regular mail a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of the exhibit form. You'll receive that shortly. It is imperative that you review the rules closely and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing. You're also required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form 7 days before the date of the hearing. These two forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABCA's legal division and to all opposing parties in this matter. If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you're representing, may be subject to dismissal. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of the exhibit form and the exhibits themselves, your exhibits will be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for failure to submit has been shown. Likewise, witnesses other than a party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP. Accordingly, these forms are very important. They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. They likewise provide notice to the opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing. As you're aware, all our hearings are now conducted virtually. You will have 90 minutes to present your case, and you will only be allowed to call 5 witnesses. All right. What will occur? So we're going to send you information about the process in writing, about the PIP. But what I'm asking you to do, sir, is to immediately send your letter contesting standing. Send a copy to ABCA Legal. Send a copy to Mr. Strauss. He will respond. The board will issue a decision whether or not standing is properly granted to the protestant. Okay, sir? If you have any questions?
Nope.
Yes or no?
I do not.
Mr. Strauss? Mr.
No,
Strauss.
thank you.
All right, thank you. So, you have your marching orders. So unless this matter, so we're waiting to get a written motion from the applicant contestant stand-in. If unless that is received, this matter then, as I stated, is scheduled for a protest hearing on March 4th at 1:30. Okay? All right. Thank you.
All right.
Have a great day. All right, the next case on the calendar is case number 25 CIT 00115, Culex Restaurant and Bar, license number 114288. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Sure thing. Betsy McMullen, access elevated, and that appears to be all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Ms. McMullen. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning, Chairperson and Board. This is Assistant Attorney General Betsy McMullen, BETSY MCMULLEN, here on behalf of the government.
Good morning. The licensee is not here. However, at show cause hearing status, there is no requirement for the licensee to be here. Therefore, this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on February 25th at 10:30 a.m. Would like to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been properly disclosed. Thank you, ma'am. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00080 Bonjan Rumi, license number 129636. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
I don't see the licensee, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Ms. McMullen, can you please identify yourself for the record?
This is Assistant Attorney General Betsy McMullen, BETSY MCMULLEN, here on behalf of the district.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
The licensee is not here. However, at show cause hearing status, there is no requirement for the licensee to appear. This matter then is scheduled for show cause hearing on February 25th at 10:30 a.m. I would like again to remind the parties that they are required to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been timely disclosed.
Chairperson, if I may, it is my understanding that an OIC was filed with the board in this case.
I have not seen that as yet. However, if it has been filed, we'll cancel the hearing, but I have not been given any information that an offer in compromise has been filed. But thank you for that. Thank you for that, and I'll have the agency. I'll have further investigation, but I have not been provided any information regarding this matter. But thank you for that. I will inquire. But as I stated before, this matter is scheduled for February 25th. Unless it has been settled through an offer in compromise. All right, thanks. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 25 CIT 00501, Giovanni's Tratto, license number 126137. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
No licensee, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Ms. McMullen, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Assistant Attorney General Betsy McMullen, here on behalf of the district.
Good morning, ma'am. The licensee is not here. However, there is no requirement for a licensee to appear at a show cause hearing status. Unless this case is settled, this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on February 25th at 10:30 a.m. Again, I would like to advise the parties that the parties are required to file their disclosures 7 days before the hearing. failure by either side to timely file their disclosure, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and/or witnesses that have not been timely disclosed. Thank you, ma'am. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00090, Chop Shop Nice and Easy, license number 124675. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
No licensee, Chairman.
All right, thank you, Ms. McMullin. Ms. McMullin, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Assistant Attorney General Betsy McClellan, here on behalf of the district. And also, just for the record, it's my understanding that an OIC has been filed in this case as well.
All right, thank you, ma'am. The board has not been advised that an offer in compromise has been filed, but I will follow up with our agency. So I've not been informed, so therefore there's really not much I can do. Well, I guess this matter is still scheduled for a show cause hearing on February 25th at 1:30 p.m. If an offer in compromise has been filed, then the board will cancel the hearing. But thank you for that representation, ma'am. Thank you. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 25-251-00023, Rose Bar, license number 77883. This hearing has been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise for the board's review and consideration. The next case in our calendar is case number 26 ULC 00085, Potomac Tobacco. This is unlicensed cannabis retailer. This hearing has been rescheduled to February 11th at 10:30 a.m. at the request of the parties. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00044, Tipsy Lounge and Restaurant, license number 11141. This hearing has been rescheduled at the request of the parties for a date to be determined. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00062, Chicha Lounge, license number 125907. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good thing. Windrad Adane, access elevated. Wendy Colindres, access elevated. Lead investigator Felicia Dantzler. And that appears to be all turns.
Who's the government in this case?
Oh, Mauricio Fraga, access elevated. It shows Andrew Coughlin, but I don't see Andrew in the attendee list.
Ms. Dantzler, can I ask you a question? Who is the government attorney that you have been speaking to in this case, ma'am?
I have not spoken to any attorney on the case.
Thank you. I think we're just rolling today, so we're off the record for a couple of minutes. Let me get some clarification in this case. All right, thank you. We're back in the record. Do we have is the licensee on the line? I'm sorry, we have Fraga, who's that? Who's the licensee for this case?
Sir?
Can you identify yourself for the record, sir?
Windrad Eden, Wendrad. Last name is Adane.
And who are you, sir?
I'm part of the owner, sir.
You mean you're part of the owner, so you're an owner of the Chicha Lounge, is that correct, sir?
Correct.
And this is a case, there's a charge of operating after hours, charge one, operating beyond board approval. This matter was scheduled for a show cause hearing today, but I'm sorry, hold on a minute, let me see, hold on. Mr. Chinchi, can you? All right. Can you identify yourself for the record, sir?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. Colin Chenchi, COLLINCENCI, with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia.
All right, sir. I'm confused. I mean, what is going on? All right, we just had the licensee. He did introduce himself for the record. So let me have the licensee again introduce yourself for the record.
Oh, my name is Windrad Eden. First name is Wendrad. Last name is Adane.
Good morning. All right.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. All right, are there any preliminary matters in this case, Mr. Tinchi?
Yes, Chairperson Anderson, I apologize for the delay. This matter was originally assigned to another AAG in the office, Andrew Coughlin. Mr. Coughlin is no longer with the Office of the Attorney General. I've taken over this case in his place. However, there was no notification sent over for this matter to me. I believe it must have just been sent to his email address and wasn't redirected to anyone else when a bounce back message was received. So I was not aware of this hearing until it was called this morning. My understanding of the state of the case is that a offer in compromise was submitted to this licensee several months ago, but that offer in compromise was never signed. If the licensee is still willing to agree to those terms, I'm glad to read the terms onto the record.
Mr. Eden, based on the representation made by the government, do you have a position, sir? Or are you contesting this matter?
To be exactly honest, I'm kind of new to this kind of business, and I honestly don't understand what would happen and what I have to do. But I kind of need some kind of assistance. I never understood what we were here for. I know it's for after hour, and then if that happens, I don't know if there was a fine that we paid because I did this twice accidentally.
All right.
And sorry.
Yeah, I'm fine, sir. This is not with you. I'm just
Can you hear me?
who is Wendy? Who's that person? Who's that person? Who's
I'm an office manager for the location.
Hold
and
on, ma'am. You can't speak. All right, I didn't know who you are. You're only Mr. Andane can speak. So if you need to talk to him offline, I'll allow you to talk to him offline, ma'am. All right, and then he can. So if you need to call him and let him know what is it that you want to state, you can do that. I'll wait a couple of minutes for you to call him and talk to him. Are you able to do that, ma'am? You
May I
heard me?
call her?
I'm sorry?
Can I call her?
Yes, you can call her. She said she's an office manager. I don't know what it is. So she can't speak, only you can speak, sir. Okay? So
Got
you
it.
can talk to her to find what it is that she has to say, and then maybe you can express that.
Can I mute for the second? Sorry.
Just mute your line, sir. That's all you need to do.
Sorry. I'm back. I don't want to waste your time. So in this matter, I don't think we contested.
You said you're not contesting it?
No, sir.
And so
I,
what was it? I'm sorry. All right, hold on. So what was the offer in compromise that Mr. Tenchi that was offered? And I guess it's I don't know. And so do you want to take a minute to discuss it offline with him before you can put it on the record? Because I don't know what is not being contested.
I can do so, Mr. Chair. I can just say that there's a sole charge in this case, and my understanding is that it is a first primary tier violation. So resolution should be relatively quick if we're going to not contest it.
Right. So, but I don't know what was offered to him. Maybe he'll accept it. That's why I'm saying, do you want to just discuss it with him offline, and then we can just put it on the record? That's what I've
Yes.
stated.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
yes.
If you're willing to pass the case briefly, we can discuss and come back after your next case it's called.
This is all right. This is what I'm going to do. All right. Let's pause this case. I'm going to do the agenda, and you can I'm going to pause this case. I'm going to do our agendas. Do you have his information?
Mr. Donnie, can you just provide your telephone number? I have your email address, but I don't believe I have a telephone number.
Yes. It would be 202-876-6716.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll be
So
back
I'll
on after
pause
the
this
agenda.
matter. I'm going to go on with our agenda because it's the last case that we have. This is the last case we have. Miss, I'm not going to dismiss you as yet, Miss Miss Dantzler, because I don't know what's going to happen. So, yes, Mr. Meadows.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding that this is a second violation.
Hold up, Mr. No, the charge that's on our what's on the calendar today, it said it's the first primary tier violation. I don't know what's in the charging document, so let's let the attorney and the licensee discuss it. And then
Okay.
because I don't have the charging document. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pause this case, let them discuss it, and you can let us know in the chat. So I'm going to do our calendars for the morning. And so you can let us know in the chat when you are ready. And then I will recall this case to find out where the parties are, okay?
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to pause this case and I'm going to move on with our calendar. I will recall the case once I'm alerted in the chat that the parties are ready to move forward, okay? All right.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to do our agenda for the morning. So the first agenda I'm going to do is the legal agenda, medical cannabis. And number one on that agenda, review of a letter from Richard Bianca. This is in the case District Wellness, license number 127951. This is just an FYI for the board. The next agenda that I'm going to do, it's the legal agenda, alcohol. The first matter on the legal agenda, alcohol, it's review of an offer in compromise. This is in case number 25 CMP 00069. This is Little Gay Pub, license number 123582. 2, the offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, substantial change in operation without approval, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-762AB1. There is a fine of $1,000 to be paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the board accepts this offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I
Ms. Quinn.
second him.
Ms. Quinn and Mr. Grant have seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of an offer in compromise. This is in case number 25 CIT 00412, Grand Central, license number 129638. The offer in compromise is as follows. There is one charge, failed to file the required quarterly statement. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-113B2A. There is a fine of $500 to be paid within 30 days of the board accepting the offer in compromise, and if payment is not made in 30 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Other terms, submit pending quarterly statements if they have not already been submitted. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Quinn, I
Mr.
second.
Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Quinn and Ms. Quinn and Mr. Jones have seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of an offer in compromise. This is in cases number 25 CMP 00097 and case 25-251-00023. Rose Bar, license number 077883. And the offer in compromise for these cases are for case number 25 CMP 00097, charge 1, operated outside of operated hours, approved hours, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-762A B13. There's a fine of $1,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, failed to provide documents or records within 48 hours. First primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-823A5E. There's a fine of $1,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 3, failed to follow security plan. First primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-823A6. There's a $1,000 fine paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. For case number 25-251-00023, the charge, failed to follow security plan. First primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-823A6. There's a fine of $1,000 paid within 30 days, or the license should be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of public comment to cancel reinstate license. This is VIP Lounge, license number 119913. This is an FYI to the board. Number 5, review of request to reinstate dismiss protest. This is in Power Nightclub, license number 104228. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review of ANC 2C letter of support of ANC 2B's protest. This is in case number 25 PRO 00090. Onyx Rooftop Lounge license number 130390. This is an FYI for the board. All right, so let's now move to our All right, so let's now do our alcohol licensing agenda. On this agenda, there are 5 license applications. I'm going to review all 5, make some recommendations, and at the end, I'll ask the ABC board members to vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. Number 1, review application for stipulated licenses letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is Civic on 8th, license number 134549. Recommendation approval. Number 2, review application for safekeeping of license. This is B&B Convenience Store, license number 132583. Recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 3, review application for safekeeping of license. This is Johnny's All American, license number 123033. Recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 4, review application for Game of Skill and endorsement to install up to 5 machines offering the approved game District Edge by Paysomatic. This is for Lima Twist, license number 119771, recommendation approval. And number 5, review application for Game of Skill endorsement, a Game of Skill license and endorsement to install up to 5 machines offering the approved game District Edge by Paysomatic. Chicken and Whiskey, license number 103863, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations that put forth by the chair for the alcohol licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the notice of meeting supplemental alcohol agenda. On this agenda, there are 4 applications. I'll review the name of all 4. We'll make some recommendations, and then I'll ask that the ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. Number 1, review application for a new Class CX multi-purpose license. This is for Icon DC/11DC, license number 135097, recommendation placard. Number 2, review application for change of hours to operate for 1 additional hour on the weeknights. This is for Andy's Pizza, 18th Street, license number 119705. Recommendation approval. Number 3, review application for streeter endorsement with 13 seats. This is for Martha Dare, license number 115608, recommendation placard. And number 4, review request for an off-premises storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcohol beverage inventory off-site at 1506 Oakey Street Northeast. This is for Whiskey Library, license number 134114, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that put forth by the chair for the supplemental alcohol license agenda. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. All right. I am now the parties have indicated in the Chicha Lounge that they're ready. So I'm gonna recall case number 25 CMP 00062, Chicha Lounge, license number 125907. Mr. Oriana, can you elevate the parties in this case?
Wendy Olingo, active elevated. Wendrad Adam, elevated. Lead investigator Felicia Danforth, active elevated. Colin Chenchi, active elevated.
All right. Okay, so let me have the government identify themselves for the record.
Colin Chenchi on behalf of the district.
And Mr. Adane, can you please identify yourself for the record again, sir?
Windroyd Adan.
Spell your
Chicha
name.
Lounge. Windroyd
Spell it,
Adan.
spell it for the record, sir. We have a court
W.
report.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Wendrad. First name. Last name is Adane.
And what's your relationship, sir?
I am the owner of Chicha Lounge.
Thank you. Mr. Chenchi, are there preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chair, after discussion, the parties are willing to read an offer and compromise onto the record. That's the agreement of both parties.
Yes, hold on a minute, please. Ms. Densler, thank you for your appearance today. Since this matter, since there's an offer and compromise, there's no need for you to testify, ma'am. So thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. You
You're
guys do
welcome.
the same.
All right, Mr. Benji, can you state what the offer and compromise is, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair. To resolve the sole charge of operating outside of approved hours, a first primary tier violation under statutory authority, DC Code sections 25723 and 25762B13. The establishment agrees to pay a $1,000 fine within 30 days. If the fine is not paid within 30 days, the license shall be suspended indefinitely until that $1,000 fine is paid.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Dane, it's my understanding that there's an offer and compromise. The offer and compromise is that there is a fine of $1,000 to be paid within 30 days. If the fine has not been paid in 30 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Is this your understanding, sir, of the offer and compromise?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that by accepting an offer and compromise are you aware that by accepting an offer and compromise, you're giving up your right to a hearing?
Yes, sir.
Are you also aware that by accepting an offer and compromise that you cannot appeal this matter?
Yes, sir.
All right. With that said, I make a motion that the offer and compromise of $1,000 be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Thank you, parties. Thank the parties for settling this matter. Have a great day.
Thank you very much,
guys.
Mr. Chair. I
Thank you.
apologize for the mix-up on our end.
That is fine, sir. Your apology is accepted. You have a great day.
You too.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dane.
Thank you, guys. You have a good day.
You too. Thank you. All right. We now move back to our second supplemental alcohol licensing agenda. Number one, review of the architectural floor plans for a new Class B full-service grocery store. This is for Street Markets, license number 135013. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter pass 5-0. We now move to the cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following licenses for the reasons outlined below. Number one, Whiskey Shop DC, license number 120535, licensee request cancellation. Number two, Kimoni, Kioyomi, Sushi by Yuchi, UCHI, license number 126878, licensee request cancellation. And number three, Kimoni Sushi by Yuchi, license number 126877, licensee request cancellation. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board cancel those licenses. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the cease and desist agenda for 3-3 endorsement. On this agenda, there are 114 establishments on this agenda. And so without objection, I make a motion that the ABC Board issues cease and desist, issues a cease and desist for the street re-endorsement for the 114 establishments that are listed on that agenda for Wednesday, February 4th, 2026. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the board's temporary one-day substantial change docket. On this docket, there are 11 applications. I will review all 11, and then I'll make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair. Number one, a request from Lana Elzine for one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is February 5th through February 6th. The license number is 135089. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number two, another request from Lana Elzine for one-day license class F, concert live music performance is February 11th. The license number is 135093. 150 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendation approval. Number three, another request from Lana Elzine, one-day license class F, concert live music performance, February 13th. The license number is 135090. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number four, another request from Lana Elzine, one-day license class F, concert live music performance, February 18th. License number 135094. 150 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendation approval. Number five, another request from Lana Elzine, one-day license class F, concert live music performance, February 21st, license number 135091. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number six, a request from Lana Elzine, one-day license class F, concert live music performance, February 28th. The license number is 135092. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number seven, a request from Jennifer Hisham, HISHMEH, one-day license class G, birthday celebration, March 28th, license number 135081. 130 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendation approval. Number eight, a request from Stephen Hissier, Hessier, one-day license class G, a festival, February 15th. The license number is 135095, 150 attended, 3 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 9, a request from William Hamill, Hammil, for one-day license class G, appreciation dinner. This is March 3rd. The license number is 135096, 250 attendees, 5 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 10, a request from Christopher Pasquale, a one-day license class G fundraiser, February 7th. The license number is 135121, 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. And number 11, a request from District Eagle for one-day substantial change for after-hours party. Nature of substantial change, seeking change to operation hours from 3 a.m. to 8 a.m. This is February 14th. The license number is 117897, substantial change license 26SC00537, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair for the board's temporary one-day and substantial change docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the board's alcohol licenses administrative docket. On this docket, there are 9 applications. And so without objection, I make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the alcohol licensing administrative docket for February 4th. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And our last agenda item for today is a medical cannabis licensing administrative docket. On this docket, there are 4 applications. So without objection, I make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the medical cannabis licensing administrative docket as published for Wednesday, February 4th, 2026. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We've now completed our morning calendar and our morning agenda items. And so the board will therefore move, the board is now in recess until our 1:30 hearing. And I'll ask all board members to return to executive session for further action and development this morning. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on the record. Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. I'm Donovan Anderson, Chair of the Board. Joining me this afternoon are four of the board members, Mr. Silas Grant, Ms. Terry Jean Quinn, Mr. David Meadows, and Mr. Ryan Jones. The board has 5 members in attendance this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum for us to conduct business. And so I'm going to call our afternoon cases out of order. And so the first case that I want to call, it's case number 25 PRO 00096 Heath, license number 105012. This hearing has been rescheduled to March 25th at 1:30 p.m. The next case is case number 25 PRO 00103, license number 90823. This hearing has been rescheduled to April 22nd at 1:30 p.m. The next case on our calendar, case number 25 PRO 00099 Bunker, license number 122706. This hearing has been rescheduled to March 4th at 1:30. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00112 Ace Lounge, license number 125919. This hearing has been rescheduled to April 22nd at 1:30 p.m. And so the final case on our calendar that I would like to call this afternoon is case number 25 PRO 00090 Onyx Rooftop Lounge, license number 130390. Good afternoon, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Good afternoon. Alex Haji, access elevated. Alex Vogel, access elevated. Artie, access elevated. Cameron Mixon, access elevated. Charles V, access elevated. Kevin Ardebelli, access elevated. Alex Marshall, access elevated. Mike Silverstein, access elevated. Nancy Groff, access elevated. Olivia Rosenweg, access elevated. And Rishi Lal, access elevated. That is all, Chairman.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, so let me have the designated representative identify themselves for the record. Let me start with you, Mr. Mixon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Mixon, yeah.
Cameron Mixon, counsel for the applicant Onyx Rooftop Lounge, CAMERONMIXON.
Is your client here this afternoon, sir?
Yes, Rishi Lal is one of the principals of the applicant.
So can that individual identify themselves for the record?
Yes, sir. Rishi Lal here for Onyx Rooftop Lounge.
Can you spell your name, sir, please?
Rishi, and my last name is Lal, Lal.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right. All right. Let me have the ANC identify themselves. ANC 2B. Who's represent ANC 2B?
Hi, this is Alex Marshall, ANC for Single Member District 2B05. It's ALEXMARSHALL.
And the other protestant group. Who is representing the protestant group? Who's representing the other protesting group?
Oh, that would be me, Olivia Rosenzweig, OLIVIA, ROSENZWEIG.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Rosenzweig and Mr. Marshall, as I'd stated at the protest hearing status, we need a designated representative. So who's the person who's going to represent the parties at this hearing this afternoon?
It's going to be Mr. Mike Silverstein.
All right, so Mr. Silverstein, can you please identify yourself for the record, please? You're on mute.
You're muted.
You're on mute, Mr. Silverstein. You need to unmute yourself, Mr. Silverstein.
Unmute, okay.
I
My
can
name
hear
is
you,
Mike
sir.
Silverstein. Can you hear me?
Yes,
My
sir.
name is Mike Silverstein. I'm not an attorney. I will be representing the sides in a non-legal advisory position.
Good afternoon, Mr. Silverstein. As I had previously stated at the protest hearing status, as I've been chair of this esteemed board for over 10 years, and I believe for a significant period of time that I have been chair, Mr. Silverstein was an ABC board member, and so we worked together as members of the ABC board. However, that was just a professional relationship that we have as ABC board members, and I do not believe that the fact that he served on this board along with myself will anyway interfere with my objectivity in making a decision on this protest. So I just want to put that out for the record. I did state that during the protest hearing status, but I just want to put it again on the record. All right. I guess let me start at is there anything that we can do? Are we having a full protest hearing today, Mr.? And I guess I'm going to address this to the protestant. Is there anything that we can do to shorten this matter? Or what is it that the protestants are asking this afternoon in the sense of, so I'll know how to structure this hearing?
The protestants believe that the situation in Jefferson Row and in the area is intolerable. We are asking that the license not be renewed unless there are major changes made, and these are not changes that have been accepted by the licensee, and as such, we're asking that the license not be renewed.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, so this is the way this hearing is going to go today. We will have opening statements first by the licensee, then the protestant. The board will call its witness. The board's witness will testify. Once the board's witness testifies, the licensee will have an opportunity to ask direct questions of the licensee. I'm sorry, the board's witness, and the protestant will have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator. Then the protestant, I'm sorry, the applicant or the licensee will present its case. I just, as a preliminary matter, I am just asking a question. I was informed by the licensing department that the protestant had requested another investigator, one of the board's investigator, to testify. Is that still a request by the protestant?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So how many witnesses, if that individual testifies, how many witnesses is it that the protestant plan to call?
That would be 6.
And as I stated at the protest hearing status, you can only call 5 witnesses. And so if you want to call more than 5 witnesses, you had to make a motion for the board, with the board to ask for more time and ask for more witnesses, and I've not been informed that I've not been informed that any such motion was filed. So why then should you be allowed to call 6 witnesses?
We put in a request and we thought that it would be voted upon at the meeting.
In legal when was this filed? Because I spoke to legal and legal did not inform me that. Are we talking about you put in a request asking for an additional witness, or are you put in a request asking for the investigator to testify? Which one?
For the investigator to testify.
Well, I know. So but so it's a different issue. The board doesn't have a problem producing an investigator, but I'm saying though that however will be 6 witnesses, and you were told you can only call 5 witnesses. So,
Okay.
what? I'm sorry. What did you say?
May we put in a motion to call the witness? To an
Mr.
additional witness? I thought that the two would basically were one and the same. We've
So
cut
you're
everything
saying
else.
because you had asked that the investigator be available. So are you saying that because you had asked for the investigator to be available, then that would automatically qualify to say that you'd have the opportunity to have 6 witnesses?
I concede your point, sir.
All right. So, Mr. Mixon, do you have any comments on that?
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, licensee objects to any attempt to expand protestant's witness pool. Of course, as was previously noticed at the status hearing, both parties were operating under the understanding that the maximum number of witnesses that be permitted would be 5. Moreover, the request for this additional investigator witness was made after the 7-day disclosure deadline. Could have been included in the PIF if they really wanted it. And lastly, it's overly repetitious with the fact that the board is already calling an applicant investigator.
All right. So, are you still asking for that witness, Mr. Silverstein, or tell us where is the protesting regarding this issue?
We'll drop it.
All right. Ms. Dancel, I see that you're here today. Your testimony is no longer required. Thank you for being here, ma'am. All right. All right. So we'll start. Yeah. Oh, yes, Mr. Silverstein.
If are we allowed rebuttal witnesses? That's really what we wanted for.
I will let's cross that then to see if you need a rebuttal witness. I will. All right, I'll try to. All right. When we get to that stage, let me see.
Okay.
If it's fair to call a rebuttal witness, and I will try to see if.
Thank you, sir.
I'll try to make sure to see if the witness will be available. But all right, I will contact the agency to try to ensure that the witness, if we get to a point that a rebuttal witness is necessary, whether or not this witness will be available to be called, and whether or not, anyway. So, but I'll address that. We can address that later on in the hearing. All right. Are there anything that we can discuss so I guess outside of that issue, Mr. Mixon, do you have any preliminary matter that needs to be addressed?
Yes, Mr. Chair. As a preliminary matter, licensee would like to move in limine to exclude some of the protestant's evidence.
Well, I think the bottom line is that if the evidence was, if the documents were submitted in the PIP, I'm not going to rule on that. However, if the protestant attempt to move these documents and evidence, then we can have arguments. We can have arguments at that juncture, whether or not and you can object to that whether or not these documents will be moved into evidence. So we can postpone that for the moment. Any other preliminary matter you have, Mr. Mixon?
No, that's all, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Silverstein, any preliminary matter that you'd like to bring to the attention of the board?
No, Mr. Chairman.
I want to remind the parties when it comes to documents and witnesses. The documents and witnesses, or especially the documents are not in evidence. I know you did your PIP. They are not in evidence unless they are moved into evidence. And so therefore, we need to have a witness who testify, and then once the witness testify or once the witness has identified that document, then the representative will then move the document in evidence. So I just wanted to be clear to the parties, not because it's in the PIP. These documents are not a part of the record unless they are moved into evidence by one of the parties. Okay? All right. So the way the hearing will start, we'll have the opening statement by the applicant, the licensee, then we'll have opening statement by the protestant. Once that's done, the board will call its first witness. Once the board calls its first witness and we have questions, then both sides will have an opportunity to question the board's witness. Then the applicant will present its case first. And so there are a lot of witnesses that we have today. We are going to end this hearing today. I'm going to make sure that we stay on time and on point, and it is my goal that this hearing should not pass 5 o'clock. Okay, so let's shoot for this hearing to be concluded by 5 o'clock. So try not to call repetitive and have repetitive and redundant witnesses and testimony. So let's shoot for this to be wrapped up by 5 o'clock. If we have to go beyond 5, depending, let's see how many more witnesses we have and where we are, but that's my goal. And also I will try to take a break, like a 10-minute break every 2 hours. But I will look for appropriate times within the hearing to try to take a break every 2 hours if we can. All right, so let's start off with an opening statement by you, Mr. Mixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, Skybox LLC, trading as Onyx Rooftop Lounge, will show by substantial evidence that the renewal of its Class C tavern license without any additional conditions or restrictions is appropriate. The record evidence and testimony will show that in Onyx's approximately 6 months, 5-6 months of operation, it's had no adverse impacts on peace, order, and quiet, residential parking needs, and vehicular and pedestrian safety, or real property values. You will hear from Alexander Hodge, who Onyx has enlisted as an expert consultant on audio engineering and sound mitigation to assess Onyx's measures for controlling its sound output. Mr. Hodge's testimony will demonstrate that Onyx has implemented substantial, permanent, and good faith mitigation measures that are indicative of responsible operation of a licensed establishment that provides live entertainment. Onyx's efforts and Mr. Hodge's recommendations have resulted in measurable success, as Onyx has incurred no violations related to its sound output or any other issue for that matter since it's received its license. The protest report reflects that ABCA investigators recognize that success. And I quote from the report, "During monitoring visits, ABCA investigators did not observe any peace, order, and quiet related issues or any adverse impact on the surrounding neighborhood by Onyx Rooftop Lounge." You'll also hear from Artavan Mesgera, Onyx's general manager, who will testify on the establishment's history of visits by government investigators, none of which have resulted in any enforcement action being taken against the establishment's sound output or other issues. Mr. Mesgara will also show that the establishment has had no negative impact on parking or vehicular and pedestrian safety, and that the establishment has had a positive contribution to the community, resulting in several neighboring businesses publicly expressing their support for this license renewal. You'll also hear from Charles Van Dorn, Onyx's head of security, who will testify regarding the procedures that he trains Onyx's security personnel to implement to ensure the establishment is a safe place for patrons to visit. Mr. Van Dorn's testimony will show that Onyx has appropriately prepared its staff to prevent unlawful or disorderly behavior and respond to emergency situations as any responsible operator should, that this has prevented Onyx from receiving any violations of ABC law since opening. At the close of today's proceedings, we believe that Onyx will have thoroughly demonstrated its appropriateness, and we will ask that you approve the renewal of its license free and clear of the conditions the protestants have requested.
Thank you, Mr. Mixon. Mr. Silverstein.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members. My name is Mike Silverstein. I'm not an attorney, but I will be assisting in a non-legal representative capacity for the protestants. As the chair has pointed out, I did serve on the ABC board with him. With me at the table here are Alex Marshall, INC 2B05, and Kevin Artabili. Artabili is the pronunciation. He is the president of the Jefferson Row Condominium Association, and Olivia Rosenzweig of the same organization. This is not the first time that this board has dealt with this location, 1813, 1815 M Street, or with the residents of Jefferson Row. Back in 2014, the board found the same problems affecting the beleaguered residents, ruled the application at that time was inappropriate due to the disturbing noise generated by the establishment. That's a quote.
Objection, relevance.
This is his opening, so I'm going to allow him to make his opening, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Silverstein.
And imposed conditions, including prohibiting Ozio, then the operator, from generating amplified sounds that could be heard inside residences. We will show that when the board order went away, that life became intolerable, and that's not an exaggeration for the residents of Jefferson Row. Here's what we're trying to prove and what we're going to prove. Onyx is loud and has made life intolerable for the residents. The site wasn't always that way. For 10 years before Onyx opened up, when it was Ozio, it operated responsibly. But the current operation, late night, rooftop lounge, poorly insulated, is not appropriate for the location. Number three, the operation of this new entity has shown itself to be untrustworthy to continue. When neighbors have sought relief, the response has been confrontational, bullying, and at times incredibly obscene. They have violated ABCA regulations as part of their response. Onyx poses a threat to public safety by violating both health and fire safety laws, and they have been posting on social media that they're doing so. 5, the violation of smoking and hookah laws that they are showing on social media is yet another violation by the building's owner. Number 6, the noise that they are creating clearly will lower residential property values, especially in the Ring Building, which will have 166 residential units, some of them only 10 feet away from the rooftop lounge, which has virtually no adequate soundproofing. The District of Columbia is offering tens of millions of dollars in tax abatements to repurpose downtown office buildings to residential, but who wants to buy or live in a building within a few feet of a place, staying open until 4 a.m. and sometimes playing music with little or no soundproofing? Let's begin. Okay, that's basically our position, and let's move on from there.
All right, Mr. Silverstein, I just want to I want to alert the parties that in your opening you stated that you want the issue of hookah. I just want to let you know that the board will not be making a determination as far as the appropriateness standards regarding hookah. If you were to review Board Order 2022-0012, it's doubtful that ABC Board has jurisdiction over violations related to smoking waiver under 25-311C. Therefore, the board's case law indicates that smoking waiver violations do not rise to the level of appropriateness violation, and there is a clear remedy for violations of tobacco laws provided by Department of Health. Therefore, such matters should be referred to the Department of Health for investigations and enforcement. As such, the board will not consider tobacco violations as the basis for denying the issuance of the renewal of a license or a basis for conditions. All right, so that's board order. Yes, Mr. That's you can talk about safety, but
that's what we are talking about.
You can talk about safety. We can have conversations regarding safety, but if it's strictly on hookah, per board order 2022-012, the board will not consider that as a condition to impose on the license. That we stay in our lane as regarding hookah. All right. Okay. All right. So the board will call its first witness, and that is Mr. Davis, Mr. Burnell Davis. Can you please spell and state your name for the record there?
Yes, that's Bernell Davis, Burnell Davis.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Excuse me, Mr. Davis, where are you currently employed?
with the Alcohol Beverage Cannabis Administration.
How long have you been employed with the administration?
About 2.5 years now.
And what are your duties and responsibility in working for the administration, sir?
To go to local District of Columbia establishments and check any District of Columbia establishment that has an alcohol license, and to make sure that they're in compliance with the ABCA laws and regulations.
Are you
Also,
familiar? I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
also to conduct inspections to ensure that they are in compliance with the regulations of ABCA.
Are you familiar with this protest regarding Onyx Rooftop Lounge, sir?
Yes, I was assigned this protest.
Did there come a time that you draft a case report regarding this matter?
Yes.
Do you have access? Are you able to share this report with the parties?
Yes.
Mr. Oriana, can you allow Mr. Davis to share his screen?
Access granted.
When you have an opportunity, sir, please share your screen with the report.
Yes, sir.
You can maybe go back to the first page, Mr. Davis. So can you please identify the document that's on our screen, sir?
Yes, this is the title page of my protest report for Onyx Rooftop Lounge.
And when was this report prepared?
This report was prepared January 2026. I received the protest January 23rd, and I turned in the report January 28th.
All right. So, who are the protestants in this particular case, sir?
It's the ANC along with a group of 5 residents. The 2 group of 5 resident members that I interviewed were Mrs. Austin. I'm sorry if I mispronounced her name. Austin Wager and Mr. Olivia Rosenwig and Kevin Arterbill.
Can you spell those names for the record, please, sir?
Olivia Olivia Rosenwig, Olivia Rosenwig, along with Kevin Kevin Ardebil, Kevin Ardebil, along with I did also speak with Mr. Cameron Mixon and Alex Marshall of the ANC board.
All right, so what information were you able to gather in speaking to the protestants?
That they're unhappy with Onyx behavior, Onyx establishment's behavior as far as loud noise. They feel like it's bringing down the property value, which ABCA investigators are not trained to determine real property values. But they also feel as though they would, from my knowledge of speaking with them, they wanted the establishment to go along with the settlement agreement that OZOs previously had in place. They want them to also just be mindful of the community and play the music at a lower volume and just be respectful of the neighborhood.
What information were you able to gather in speaking to the licensee?
I spoke with Mr. Cameron Mixon, and he just said that he provided me with this information that he just knew that they were being protested. The Onyx Rooftop Lounge was being protested by a group of 5 or more, but they hadn't reached an agreement as of November 20th, 2025. He also stated that Onyx had no ABC violations since his license was issued, and accordingly is prepared to proceed to protest hearing currently scheduled for February 4th, 2026, to demonstrate to the ABC board that its operation has had no adverse impact on the peace, order, and quiet residential parking needs and vehicular and pedestrian safety, along with real property values of the DuPont Circle community, and that the ABC board should proceed with approving the license without restriction.
So what are the current hours of operation of this establishment?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What are the hours of operation for this establishment?
Hours of operation they operate for sales and services and consumptions. They operate Sunday through Thursday from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Hours of operation, and on Friday and Saturday they operate from 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. and they serve alcohol and consumption at the same time from 11 Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. and on Fridays and Saturdays they serve alcohol from 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. Also, their summer garden operates Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. and Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. And they also have an entertainment endorsement that they can operate from Sunday through Thursday from 6 p.m. to 2 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, they operate from 6 p.m. to 3 p.m.
Mr. Chair, did he mean 3 p.m. or 3 a.m.?
Is it
I'm sorry, 3 a.m. I do apologize.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Silverstein. All right. So tell me about this neighborhood, sir.
It's located in the DuPont Circle area. It's located near other ABCA establishments. To be specific, it's located next to about
So before we go there, what is the zoning for this area?
it's a mixed use zone.
And what does that mean?
Mixed use zone means mixed use zone is a zones provided for mixed use developments that permit a broad range of commercial, institutional, and multiple dwelling unit residential developments at varying densities. The mixed use 1-DC through mixed use -10 DC zones specifically cover the DuPont Circle area with the intention of protecting and enhancing the unique characters of the neighborhood.
Now, are there any other ABC licensed establishment within 1,200 feet of this establishment?
Yes, there are exactly 69 establishments.
And what type of establishments? I mean, what type of license does this establishment currently have?
This establishment has a tavern license.
And so out of the 69, I mean, what type of, is it a mixture of licenses or can you tell us what type of licenses are for similar for other licensees within the 1,200 feet of this establishment?
Yes, there are 11 taverns, 10 nightclubs, 6 hotels, 5 uh 5 retail stores, 3 caterers, along with multi-purpose and internet store.
I'm doing
And
it.
20
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
and 29 establishments are restaurants.
All right. During this period, did you have an opportunity or did the agency have an opportunity to visit the establishment?
Yes.
How many times did the agency visit the establishment for monitoring?
It was 6 times visited by different investigators.
And so tell us each time what occurred. Tell us each time what occurred.
On a Friday night, there were no Friday 9:35 to 10:30. There were no ABCA violations, no loitering, noise, or trash issues. But on that same Friday, January 16th, from between the hours of 12 and 3 a.m., there was a noise complaint that came in at about 3:30 a.m. regarding the establishment. On that next day, that Saturday at between 8:20 and 8:30, there were no ABCA violations, no loitering, noise, or trash issues. On that same Saturday at between 10:20 and 11:20, there were no ABCA violations, loitering, noise, or trash issues. Saturday, that Saturday, January 17th, between 1:45 a.m. and 2:20, there were no ABCA violations, loitering, noise, or trash issues. And on that Thursday, January 22nd, 12:30 to 1:50, there were no ABCA violations, no loitering, noise, or trash issues.
No, you wrote that on I'm sorry, it's noted in the report that on the 16th that there was a noise complaint came in at 3:30. Can you explain that to us if you can? What does that mean?
That's when district residents or people in the district called the ABCA hotline to voice a complaint about a ABCA establishment possibly being in violation of their ABCA license.
But so was there any follow-up? What you mentioned that the noise, so was it substantiated or what? I'm just curious.
Most of the time when there's noise complaints, the complainant doesn't want it to. It doesn't. It's not. It's not. It's substantiated. It's just they want them to either turn down the music or just follow the act of violation. But when it's a noise complaint, it's just mostly they just want the noise to be turned, the volume of the noise to be turned down.
I guess what I'm saying is that you said a noise complaint. So specifically, what happened? What happened on the 16th? Because it's mentioned in your report. So I don't. I'm just trying to find out more information about that.
Yes, it was. There were no ABCA violations that were observed. And it wasn't substantiated. Um, it was just a noise complaint. I didn't work that evening or do that monitoring, but from my educated guess would be that because I visited Onyx on other occasions where there has been noise complaints, that they just comply to the wishes of the complainant, and they either there is no noise or they turn down the volume of the noise and comply.
So, was I know that you said on the 16th there was a noise violation, but on the other days, the 17th
I'm
and
sorry.
20, I'm
It
sorry,
wasn't a noise violation. It was
a
a
noise
noise
complaint.
complaint.
I apologize, but I'm saying was the business open on the 17th and the 22nd?
Yes.
So what about calls for service? What information for were you able to gather from the portion of your report? You said that there's a record search regarding calls for service.
Okay. So during the calls, I emailed a Miss Stutson with the Office of United Communications, and um requested the calls for service for the last year from January 2025 until the time frame of January 2026. Um, and on January 22nd, Ms. Stutson responded with the calls for service for the address of 1813 and 1815 M Street a lot of times. She provided me with the calls for service. If you can, and I can take you to the exhibit. Well, I can take you. I can read the calls for service for each.
So what exhibit? Is that an exhibit in your report?
Yes,
What exhibit is that?
that is numbers 22 through 24.
And so what information is included on those exhibits?
Um, what what police department was called? Um, what the nature of what the nature of the call was, like a accident, disorderly disturbance. You would have.
I guess what I'm trying to find out, based on the information that you're able to, I mean, what information is there information there that's specifically tied to this establishment?
Yes.
So tell us what it is that you're able to, what is this call for service? What did it establish about this establishment?
Um, one of them is an accident. Accident in the property. Disorderly disturbance. This one was on February 2nd, 2025. January 11th, 2026 was the disorderly disturbance for Ruth Onyx. You have January 17th, February 18th. These are all of 2025. March 4th, 5th of 2025. They are with the code AD BR and then it's violent. So and then it's accident and property disorderly disturbance.
Well, I think what I'm trying to find out, are there any ABRA violations in these calls for services? Are you able to, are there any ABRA violations that's documented by this that are included in this document?
There were two investigative histories where they had violations, which was a case on October 17, 2025. They produced noise from the establishment that could be heard from outside of the establishment, which was a secondary, and a citation was written number 9283, which was a warning. And then they had one for September the 1st, 2025, which was a case as well. They failed to post a warning sign, which was a secondary citation, numbers 8023.
All right, I see that on your report that talks about a noise task force. What information, if any, were you able to find out regarding noise by this establishment?
Yes, supervisory investigator Rashid pulled the complaints for Onyx Rooftop over the last 2 years, and there have been 13 complaints, all for noise involving this establishment.
Have any of those complaints been substantiated, resulting in ABCA violations?
Only one on October 17th, 2025.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if it's appropriate to object during investigator witness testimony, but I'd like to point out that the violations Investigator Davis has referenced were in fact warnings and not violations as such.
Mr. Mixon, you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine him, and so you can clarify. If you believe that the record needs to be clarified, then you'll have that opportunity to do so, sir. All right, let's see. Do any of the board members have any questions of the investigator? Since Mr. Davis, close your screen because I can't see everyone, so I want to make sure that I'm seeing everyone.
Stop sharing.
Yeah, momentarily, because I can't see everyone. I want to make sure I'm not missing anyone. I want to make sure I'm seeing all the board members. If any, do we have any questions by any board members? All right, I don't see any questions by any board members. You'll still have another opportunity. Mr. Mixon, do you have any questions of the investigator?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a few.
Go ahead, sir.
Investigator Davis, is it correct that in your report you said, I made board's indulgence, that in your visits you observed no adverse impacts on peace, order, and quiet or on the surrounding neighborhood?
Correct.
Thank you. see. In your testimony just a minute ago, you said that there have been 2 violations within the investigative history. But is it not correct the report reflects that those are warnings?
Correct.
And are warnings not violations for the purposes of ABC penalty history?
They are listed on their investigative history as a violation, which are as a warning and are stepping stones to another if they receive any other calls or complaints or any ABCA investigator deemed that they are in violation, then it moves from a warning moving to monetary value warning. I mean monetary valued penalties.
Correct. But would it be fair to say that a warning does not constitute an establishment's first violation?
You can say that, but it's they were. I mean, initially, it was a violation that was just a warning, and moving forward, they will be placed on the next step, which would be a monetary value infraction or penalty.
Are you aware that Onyx had its first day of operation on August 22nd, 2025?
Yes.
And so any references to service calls within the report that were attached as those exhibits that we previously scrolled through prior to August 22nd are thus not related to Onyx, is that correct?
You said prior to when?
Prior to August 22nd, 2025, the first day Onyx operated.
Yes.
Thank you. As an ABCA investigator, someone familiar with the licensure process, what establishments are licensed in the district, would you expect a mixed use zone to have a moderate to high density of licensed establishments?
Yes.
Would some of those establishments potentially be nightlife establishments?
Yes.
With live entertainment?
Yes.
And so if someone were to move into a mixed use zone, they could reasonably expect that there would be nightlife establishments with live entertainment in the surrounding area.
I would believe so, with making also being aware of the neighborhood and what just the noise volume in the neighborhood. Yes.
Thank you. Also wanted to circling back just for a moment to the discussion of the investigative history, and if it's all right with the board, I'm going to just share my screen so that we all can see that.
Mr. Oriaki, allow Mr. Mixon to share his screen.
Access granted.
Thank you. Investigator Davis, do you see the first entry here that states the warning was issued for producing noise from the establishment that could be heard from outside of the establishment?
Can you repeat the question?
Entry number 1 in the investigative history says, quote, produce noise from the establishment that could be heard from outside of the establishment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with DC Code 25-725 and the standard it imposes on licensees related to noise?
Yes.
And is that standard the one stated here?
Repeat the question.
Is the DC Code 25-725 standard, which relates to music being heard within neighboring residential premises, is that the standard that is stated here in entry 1 of the investigative history?
Yes.
Does this not say produce noise that could be heard from outside the establishment and not noise that can be heard from within a residential premise?
Yes.
Thank you. Investigator Davis, no further questions.
Mr. Silverstein.
Thank you, Investigator Davis. Did you take part in either of the visits with other investigators to Jefferson Row to check Onyx for noise? And is that included in your report?
I did go to Onyx on a few occasions with other investigators to conduct in-home visits as far as noise complaints are concerned.
Tell us how that worked, and were you necessarily in the apartments of the complainants, or were you outside? And how do you determine the source of the noise?
I was on the outside of the apartment, well, outside of the establishment, and other investigators were inside of the home. And how that works, if you can hear the volume of the music in the home, and if you can hear, like, let's just say what song is playing or what lyrics are being lyrics are being recited in the songs, and you can hear that in the home, then it's a clear violation.
So, in other words, they're playing a certain song in the establishment. You're outside.
Yeah.
You know what that song is. You call the person in the residence and say, "Are you hearing this particular song?" Correct?
More so, they would call me and say, "Is this particular song playing?" And the lyrics are whatever the lyrics are, and we would agree and then confirm that the establishment is in violation.
And in those particular cases where you did visit Jefferson Row, did you confirm that the source of the noise was Onyx?
Yes, but
And go ahead. I'm sorry.
on certain occasions, it's Onyx. Um, it's Onyx. They're the loudest, but they're not the only establishment in the area that's playing music as well, but they are the culprits of the volume, like the noise that's being heard in the homes of Jefferson Road.
Okay, but again, you were not in the residences at the time. Your job that you fulfilled was to be outside to determine the music itself and to confirm what the people inside were hearing.
Yes.
Okay. You include in your report a copy of the 2014 appeal by Ozio of the board order.
Objection relevance.
It's in the report, sir.
It is in his report, so it's
Can
in the
you
report.
confirm?
So.
Can you confirm that the board order itself found the application by Ozio at that time inappropriate due to disturbing noise generated by the establishment, that's a quote, and imposed conditions including prohibiting Ozio from, quote, generating amplified sounds that can be heard in a residence or dwelling. That's what the appeal was all about, correct?
Correct.
And you filed your report on the 26th of January, correct?
Between the 26th and the 28th, yes.
And that was the 28th was in fact 7 days, I believe, before this hearing, correct?
Correct.
And we did not know at that point who was in the apartment or who was not in the apartment to hear the noise, correct?
Repeat your question, please, sir.
The protestants at this point did not know what would be in the report.
Correct.
7 or 8 days before.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any questions by any board members? All right. Thank you, Mr. Davis, for your testimony today. You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Mixon, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes. Applicant calls his first witness, Ardavan Mascara.
Where's Mr. Mascara?
Hey, yeah, I'm here. This is RD Mascara. I'm
Are
the general
you
manager at,
are you able
Onyx
to come
Company.
on camera, sir?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Are you able to come on camera? I cannot see you.
Sure, bear with me. There you go.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're a witness, sir, and could you have him also spell his name?
I'm sorry, what was that? I didn't hear that.
I'm speaking to Mr. Mixon. Thank you.
Mr. Mascara, before we get started, if you could please spell your name for the record.
Oh, my name is RD Mascara, ARDY. Last name is MESGARHA.
Thank you. Mr. Mascara, can you please tell us what is your relationship to the business?
Yes, I'm the general manager of Onyx Rooftop Lounge. I'm actively involved in day-to-day operations, staffing, compliance, vendor coordination, and overall management of the establishment.
And how long have you worked for Onyx?
Since we opened from day one.
And can you tell us what experiences you have with managing ABC licensed establishments?
Sure. I have over a decade of experience managing nightclubs and hospitality venues throughout Washington, D.C. Prior to Onyx, I was a general manager at clubs like Opera Ultra Lounge for approximately 10 years, followed by Zebby's Garden for 2 years, Darna for a year, and most recently at Onyx. In each role, I was responsible for compliance with the app regulations, staff training, security coordination, sound control, neighborhood relations.
Are you responsible for training Onyx personnel?
Yes, I'm responsible for training all of our staff. Those include responsible alcohol service training, clear instructions on ABCA regulations, sound and noise awareness expectations, crowd management, de-escalation training, and trainings reinforced through staff meetings, written policies, and direct supervision by management.
Can you tell us what Onyx has done to control its sound output and comply with DC noise law?
We've installed soundproofing throughout the building. We've always made sure that the sound is as low as it possibly could be. So we've done our best to do every measure that we could possibly do in an attempt to not disturb the neighbors.
Okay, thank you. With the board's indulgence, I will share my screen again to present an exhibit. Hey, Mr. Mascara, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And can you tell us what it involves?
So it's our incident log. Essentially on each night. If you're rolling through it a little too fast, sorry about that. So that's our daily incident log that we record every single night that we operate.
And what kind of incidents are you reflected in here?
Pretty much every time an app inspector comes to Onyx, we essentially record every single time that they're there, what took place, and what was the outcome essentially. We received a warning, etc.
Okay, at this time, Mr. Chair, applicant moves to enter applicant's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Objection.
Who's objecting?
This is Kevin Artabili from the Group of Five.
No, sir, you can't object, sir. You only Mr. Silverstein can. All right, let me
Okay.
let me set the
You do it.
parameters, okay? There are two representatives, Mr. Mixon and Mr. Silverstein. Objections can only be raised by Mr. Silverstein and Mr.
Wait,
Mixon.
is he going to
Hold on a
do
minute. No one else can speak.
the
If
audio?
anyone, I can hear I can hear Mr. Silverstein. So if you're having a conversation, you need to mute yourself. And if I hear any other interference by anyone, I'm gonna ask
Apologies.
Mr. Oriana to drop you from the call because basically we're doing the applicant's case in chief, and you need to and at this juncture we should not be having any conversation from anyone from the protestants part. All right. Okay. Okay, so this is, all right, so Mr. Mixon, what exhibit is this, sir?
This is applicant's exhibit 5.
All right, and you want to introduce it into evidence, is that correct, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Silverstein, do you have any objection? Mr. Silverstein?
May I see the exhibit a little louder? I'm having trouble reading it.
Do you have a copy of his exhibit 5, sir? Did you receive a copy of the PIP by the applicant?
Mr. Chair, the exhibit 5, along with all other exhibits, was served upon the designated representatives as designated in prior hearings in the protest letters on
We
the
will allow
Monday.
this to be. We will allow this to be.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Silverstein. Okay, so you're saying that the document was submitted in the PIP. All right. So, Mr. Silverstein, do you have an objection? Any objection to Exhibit 5? And you're muted, sir, if you're trying to speak. I can't hear you, sir, if you're speaking.
Mr. Chair, we move to strike any videos or testimony showing decibel readings.
No,
due
no,
to them-
Mr. Silverstein, this is Exhibit 5. Exhibit 5 is a
It
rooftop.
speaks of a 65 decibel
No,
reading.
no. Exhibit 5 that I hear, it's just an incident report. That's what Exhibit 5 is. So it's
Does
an
it not
incident
refer to
report that
decibel readings? Okay, we will. We were
the
having
witness.
trouble reading it or reaching
Oh,
it
all
at
right.
this point.
Okay.
I
The witness-
apologize.
All right. The witness testified about the incident. This is their incident report log. That was the gist of his testimony there. I don't recall hearing anything about decibel reading. So
Okay, we will allow this into. We will not object.
all right, so I'm moving Exhibit 5 in evidence. All right, thanks.
Thank you,
Go
Mr. Chair.
ahead. All right, go ahead, Mr. Mixon.
Mr. Mascara, of any of these incidents described within Exhibit 5, did any of them result in an ABCA violation?
No, none of these complaints or investigative visits result in an ABCA citation or violation for noise.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mascara. Before I continue, I will share one more exhibit. Mr. Mascara, are you familiar with this document?
What exhibit is this, Mr.? Please identify the document for the record, Mr.
Yes, this is applicant's Exhibit 4.
Yes, I'm familiar with this law.
And can you tell us what it contains?
So this guy looks like there's a total of 12 complaints from the period indicated. Okay.
All right, what is Exhibit 4?
Yeah,
what is this document?
Mr. Chair, Exhibit 4 is the result of a FOIA request filed with the agency to obtain all noise complaints related to Onyx since its opening.
All right, fine. Go ahead.
Mr. Mascara, is your understanding that this reflects noise complaints related to the establishment?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I move for Exhibit 4 to be moved into evidence.
Mr. Silverstein.
No objection.
So moved. Exhibit 4 is moved in evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mascara, are you familiar with whether any of the incidents, any of these complaints have manifested in an ABCA violation?
No, none.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And do the dates of complaints within this document, within Exhibit 4, reflect dates in which ABCA investigators visited that are recorded in the incident log at Exhibit 5?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'm just going to represent Exhibit 5. wanted to draw attention to one point in there. Mr. Mascara, are you familiar with this entry dated December 10, 2025?
Yes.
And can you tell us what took place on the date of this incident?
So on December 10th, Onyx was actually closed, not operating at all. The visit occurred on a day when no music, no service, or an event was taking place, and therefore the establishment could not have been the source of any noise at that time. So I'm not sure why we got an incident report on a day where we're not open.
But
I'm sorry. Whose incident report is this? Who created this incident report?
the establishment, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right.
And Mr. Mascara, just for clarification, how were you aware that an ABCA investigator visited on this date?
Yes.
I asked, how are you aware?
Oh, we have security footage, and our security footage got triggered that somebody was around the building, walking the space. We immediately looked at our camera and we noticed that there was an African investigator walking the building, looking for noise essentially. And our doors was closed that day. We're not open.
Thank you, Mr. Mascara. Moving on. Going to shift to parking and vehicular safety related questions. Mr. Mascara, where do Onyx employees park?
The Colonial parking lot, we instruct all of our employees to either park in the Colonial parking garage or the 18th Street and L Street garages.
Thank you. Are you aware, actually, strike that. Do you do anything to discourage any kind of illegal parking or employee use of the alley behind the establishment?
Yeah, we specifically tell our staff not to park in the alley by any means. And we even do our best to block the alley with barricades on nights that we're opening so that customers and et cetera, or as such, are not able to park within the alley. So, by the end of the day, we're not police officers. We can't force folks to do stuff, but we do every thing in our control in an attempt to try to get people not to park inside the alley. And we make sure our staff knows that on a day-to-day basis.
What do you know of any public transit options in the area?
I do know that there's multiple metro lines within the walking distance, several bus routes and ride shares and taxis and Ubers and stuff. So I do know that there are 2 metro lines right close by within walking distance of us. So there's plenty of public transportation throughout.
Are you familiar with the Farragut North line?
Yes.
And can you tell us how close that is? Its nearest entrance to Onyx?
Yes, I would say it's about a 3-minute walk. Yeah, it's pretty close. So.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, at this time, I'm going to present a series of exhibits for admission.
Okay, what are these exhibits?
These are going to be the applicant's exhibits. These numbers are 7, 8, and 9.
So what's number 7?
Okay, bringing that up. Mr. Mascara, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And can you tell us what it says?
Essentially that we are never in violation of any noise complaints.
Can you tell us who wrote this document?
Stephen Samuels.
And what is Stephen Samuels' affiliation?
I believe he's a private investigator.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Silverstein, just hold on 1 minute, please. When he's done, when
I
you'll have an
was
opportunity.
okay.
Yeah, you'll have an opportunity, Mr. Silverstein.
Okay.
Just hold your horses a minute, please.
Mr. Mascara, do you see underneath Mr. Samuel's name, the signature line, where it states his position?
Yeah, he's a partner at Favapot.
Okay, and are you familiar with where Favapot is?
Precisely, yes, they're on M Street. They're our neighbors.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I move applicant's exhibit 7 into move applicant's exhibit 7 into evidence.
Mr. Silverstein.
I would object to that on relevance. Favapot, I believe, is not open during your operating hours. Is that not correct?
Well, not you. Well, you can't ask him a question, so.
Well, I'd object to this putting in there because it's not relevant. They're not open during those hours. So how could they possibly be creating a problem? If they're not
2
open?
points. 2 points in response to that, Mr. Chair. One, there are times in which the establishment operates overlapping with Favapot's hours. And secondly, when it comes to the relevance of evidence with relation to the appropriateness standard, the existence of a licensed establishment extends beyond just the hours in which it is actually operating. If it has a positive and sometimes even negative, but in this case, a positive effect on the community, it does so even when its doors are not open.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Silverstein.
Move right ahead.
I'm sorry, what do you mean? What
I would
you
ask you to rule, and then we can move on.
I mean, the hours of operation, this is between 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. I mean, I don't understand. I don't know why this is.
Okay, we drop.
I
They're not open during those hours, although they're allowed to.
I mean,
but I concede Mr. Nixon's point that if things are left trashy there, it affects them, and if things are not, it doesn't. So I drop the objection.
All right. I'm not quite sure what this adds, but for whatever it's worth, I'll move Exhibit 7 into evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I proceed now to applicant's Exhibit 8. Mr. Mascara, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, that's the owner of Taki Tacos across the street from us. They're open exactly the hours that we're open and operating, and they're literally sitting across the street from us.
And can you just summarize the content of the message?
Essentially, I believe these are businesses. We've received a couple letters from different businesses within our neighbors, and they've taken the time to provide these letters because they're our neighbors and they firsthand experience how Onyx operates as a business. They recognize that we're respectful, communicative, and mindful of our surroundings, and our operations contribute positively to the area without disrupting adjacent businesses.
Thank you, Mr. Mascara. Mr. Chair, I move that applicant's Exhibit 8 be moved into evidence.
Let me see who. Scroll up some more.
Signature. Oh, I can, yes.
This is. I mean, who's the person who sent this document in?
Mr. Mascara, where is Talking Tacos in relation to?
Talking Tacos is directly in front of Onyx. They are a taco restaurant directly from us, and they're operating until as late as 4 a.m. on some nights. They're like a taco food restaurant.
Mr.
And this letter came directly from their owner.
All right, Mr. Silverstein.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 8 is in evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lastly, I will present applicant's Exhibit 9. Mr. Mascara, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, this is the letter that was written by the general manager at Boqueria, also our neighbors as well.
Can you say where Boqueria is in relation to Onyx?
Yes, they're 1837 M Street, right down the street from us.
And can you just kind of summarize the contents real quick?
Yeah, they're a restaurant. They have outdoor seating, direct exposure to the street level. So they're another restaurant that they operate within our hours. Sometimes we also have day hours as well, but for the most part, we are a nightly operated establishment. But they also do operate within our hours at night. So they've also been saying we've been pleasant to work with, and we've been a pleasant neighbor. We've also always been respectful and mindful of other businesses across the board.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Chair, I ask that applicant's Exhibit 9 be moved into evidence.
Mr. Silverstein.
No objection, sir.
All right, Exhibit 9 is moved into evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mascaro, why do you think that these neighboring businesses wrote these letters?
Again, like I mentioned earlier, I believe these businesses provided these letters because they're our neighbors. They have firsthand experience how we operate as a business. They recognize that we're respectful, communicative, and mindful of others, of our surroundings, and our operations contribute positively to the area without disrupting any other adjacent businesses. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mascaro. Have you ever heard any negative feedback from any?
Not at all. Not once since we opened. They all said we've been pleasant to work with, that we bring a very good looking crowd, or a good crowd to the area. So we've had zero issues since we opened.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Silverstein.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mascara. You say there have been 13 complaints against noise complaints.
That's that
over the 2-year period. How many of them have been since August 22nd of 2025?
Mr. Silverstein, we have not been open 2 years. Onyx has only been open.
That's the point I'm making, sir. How many of them have happened since you have been open?
How many complaints we've received since we've been open? We received 12 complaints.
Okay, 12 of the 13 have been in that period of time. Is there any, you mentioned a December 10th, 2025 incident report and complaint. We can't seem to find anything from OUC or ABCA regarding any such incident or any calls to them or visits.
Well, there was an APCA investigator walking around our building at that time on a day we were not open. They even knocked on our door, and we saw the APCA badge. It was 100% APCA investigator.
Could that have been simply a person on his rounds?
I'm sorry, no, he wasn't doing his round. Why would he come knock on our door if he was making his rounds, quote unquote?
We cannot find anything on it.
Well, we have it on camera footage, to be exact.
You speak of the Metro being accessible.
Yes.
Is Metro open at your closing time on weekends?
Yes, Metro goes as far as 2 a.m.
And yet you're open until 3.
That doesn't matter. If people can leave whenever they want. Not everyone sticks around till 3 a.m. Just because we're open till 3 a.m. doesn't mean people get to, they get to leave whenever they want.
My question, sir, was: Are you open? Are you open at closing? Is Metro open at closing time?
I think your question is relevant because
no, sir. Please answer the question. It is not. If there's an objection, your attorney will object. If there's no objection, sir, please answer the question. If you can't answer the question, you can't, but you don't ask questions, sir.
He's asking if the business.
No, that's not the question, sir. The question he asked you, is Metro open at your closing time? Yes, no, or I don't know, sir.
I don't know.
Mr. Silverstein.
No further questions.
I have a concern about Exhibit 5. Okay, so when is this log Who creates this log? Incident log. Who creates it?
We have a daily, anytime an ABCA investigator comes to our establishment and asks for a manager, which will be myself and one of the owners, we go down and we log every single incident. It's kind of like an incident report that we just have that, we keep track of. In an event, something happens or anything, even if whether it's an ABCA violation or not, anytime there's a small incident, we always document everything.
But I'm all right. So when is this? So when is this log created?
On a nightly basis.
So why then would someone put in your establishment? You stated that your establishment is closed on December 10th.
Correct.
Why would someone go in the incident log and log that we were closed on December 10th? Why
Well, we
would
were
that
just logging the fact that an ABCA investigator came walking our establishment with a decibel reader and trying to see, knocking on our door on a night we weren't open. So we just wanted to create that log for our own records to state when someone came and what occurred that day. Just because we're open doesn't mean that our camera footages don't record those activities. So we just create that for our own, be able to that we have a log that we can always revert back to in an event something comes up. So it's just something we do internally.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Silverstein, any questions of the witness based on the question that was asked by the board?
No, sir.
Mr. Mixon, any redirect?
No redirect, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you.
You have another witness, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair. At this time, the applicant calls Alexander Hodge.
Hello.
Mr. Hodge, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, sir.
Hello, Mr. Hodge. Can you please, has he already identified himself for the record?
Yeah, but he needs to spell his name, please.
Mr. Hodge, if you please spell your name.
Absolutely. It's Alex, Alex. Last name is Hodge, Haje.
Thank you. Mr. Hodge, could you please tell us your relationship to this case?
My relationship to this case is that I was brought in to help try to evaluate the sound transmission issues that have been occurring or have been complained about, to assess the building and assess if the building was operating within legal measures based on DC code.
Okay. I'm going to now present for his review applicant's Exhibit 1. Mr. Hodge, are you familiar with this document?
I am. That's my resume.
And can you please describe any of the relevant experiences to your association with Onyx that may be contained therein?
Absolutely. So I spent the better part of my beginning years studying finance business. At some point, I decided to pivot and I wanted to become a recording engineer, audio engineer. So I went back to school for a bachelor's degree in audio engineering. On completing that degree, I returned to the DC area and began my work with XM Satellite Radio. We started with them in 2001 as the service was launching. I functioned as a audio engineer in their main recording studio at the flagship facility, as well as support engineering for remote broadcasts and other things to deal with anything audio related. I spent about 8.5 years in that studio recording every artist you can imagine, from Paul McCartney to Janet Jackson to you name it, Lenny Kravitz, classical, all of it. We were supporting 85 different music channels. So we were engineering and taking care of all those recordings. When XM merged with Sirius Satellite Radio, they promoted me to producer of a show called Artist Confidential, whereby I was traveling up and down the East Coast, capturing recordings from anyone like Katy Perry, Fall Out Boy, Melissa Etheridge, live from Hard Rock to Times Square. So some of these remote, some were in our own studios, but I was the producer. I've been on them intimately, so my job was to now make sure the engineers are doing their jobs, capture the recording, bring it back to my personal studio, and edit it for broadcast. That's the beginning of it. During that same time, I started installing sound systems for nightclubs, lounges, restaurants in the DC area. We've done a lot of work over the past 17 years for a lot of different venues here and abroad. And we've dealt with, everything from building those sound systems to trying to figure out how to mitigate them. Obviously, that took me into the world of acoustical design and acoustical transmission and learning everything about that. And sort of moved on from there. Built multiple sound systems in DC, operated in DC, and have dealt with sound ordinances in multiple states.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. At this time, Mr. Chair, applicant moves that Exhibit 1 be admitted into evidence, and because of the relevant content therein, that Mr. Hodge be qualified as an expert on audio engineering in licensed establishments.
Object.
I'm sorry, what's it? You say objection or say no objection? Which one?
I object.
What's the nature of your objection, sir?
I object to strike videos and testimony showing decibel readings due to their not meeting DCMR standards to do so in an administrative hearing. According to
Mr. Chair, this is a resume.
Yeah, right. That's
no, sir. Noise levels under the Act may be measured by any official designated by the mayor or any person who is a qualified acoustical engineer who holds a certificate of registration as a professional engineer issued by the district.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Hodge is testifying to his professional experience and how that allowed him to.
Hold on, Mr. Mixon. All right. There are two things going on right here, Mr. Silverstream. He has presented his resume, and I think that Mr. Mixon is asking the board to qualify him as an expert, and so that's where we are right now. Whether or not you object,
we're questioning this. You agree, sir, that universities cannot award degrees they do not offer, correct?
Well, hold on. So
we're looking at this.
No, hold on. Hold on. I think you're clearly you know more about this than I do. So I just want to go step by step. Here's his resume. He's been presented as an expert, and so therefore, where we are is that do you have any objection to his designation as an expert? And what are your objections? All right. Now, do you want an opportunity to question him on his resume?
Yes, sir.
So I'll give you an opportunity to voir dire him for you to ask him questions regarding his resume, not testing, but this resume and this expertise. So you can go ahead, sir, and ask questions regarding what's on his resume and why is it that you contest him being an expert.
You say that you hold a bachelor's degree from Full Sail Academy or University, correct? In 2001? That's
correct.
You say you graduated in 2001 and you testified the degree is in audio engineering?
That's correct.
You represented as a four-year bachelor's degree, correct?
It's not a 4-year program. It's actually a 2.5-year program to achieve that degree. It's a very condensed program.
Right.
You're going to school up to 7 days a week, but you're full on for the entire 2.5 years. When I looked at 4 years, just to answer your question, there are very few 4-year universities out there. McGill is one of them in Montreal, and that was not an option post-career for me, taking a pivot to spend another 4 years. So I found the top trade school for the entire entertainment industry and paid big bucks to go there to get this education. So just because it's 2.5 years does not mean the degree is not valid.
Full Sail did not offer a bachelor's degree until 2003, according to their catalog. They never offered an audio engineering degree. That's what we're seeing on the
Absolutely,
catalog.
absolutely. I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
Objection, Mr. Chair. This is
Would
just
you
bad.
like me to find my diploma for you?
No, hold on.
Okay.
Mr. Mixon, you're presenting him as an expert. This is his opportunity to voir dire, ask questions. So let him ask the questions on his qualifications, sir, for me to make a decision whether or not he can be qualified.
Understood. Not a problem. No problem. Happy to answer. I do have a degree, sir.
Okay. Where do we go from here? Do we prove it, or can you?
I guess we're okay.
We have seen, sir. I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
we
Mr.
checked their records, not their records, but what they publish, and we cannot find anything that says that they offered this particular degree at that time. That they offered it several years later. Could it be
No,
that
it's
you
not.
said academy and then
Hold on.
university?
It's
I'm
Full
sorry.
Sail. It's Full Sail University. and it's
Mr.
based-
Hodge, Mr. Please, sir, you'll get your opportunity.
He's asking me questions. I apologize.
No, he's
I
not
apologize,
asking your
sir.
question, sir. He's talking to me.
Okay, I won't say anything
Talking
then.
to
I'm sorry.
me. Please, go ahead, Mr. Silverstein.
No, you tell me where we go from here, Mr. Chairman. We presented our arguments.
No, your question, what is your state? What is it that you're stating?
I'm stating, sir, that we reviewed their things that they have put on the internet, and we did not see them producing that program at that time, saying that they began offering bachelor's degrees in 2004. And can we screen share can you screen share their catalog, or can we, to show this, or how do we want to go, or do we just want to move forward?
Mr. Chair, that's not evidence listed in the PIF, and irrespective of this issue, the rest of the resume reflects that Mr. Hodge has an extremely experienced career in this field and is fully qualified to speak with authority on the issues for which he'll be testifying, none of which relate to his education.
Can we stipulate that Mr. Hodge has an extensive record in the business, that he does not have that he does not have the certificate from the District of Columbia, and move forward simply with that?
A certificate with the District of Columbia is not necessary to be somebody who consults and provides qualified recommendation on how to perform operational measures, architectural improvements. There's no qualification to assist people with managing the sound output of their establishment.
All right, I'm going to allow him to testify. Mr.
Yes.
Silverstein, you'll have an opportunity to do vigorous cross-examination to question his qualifications and whether or not whatever recommendations he can make, he's qualified to do that. And then we will take, based on the cross-examination, and the board will take that in its determination whether or not what weight, if any, we should give to his testimony. Yes, sir?
Thank you, sir. Let's move forward.
So go ahead, sir.
And just to clarify, has Exhibit 1 been entered into evidence?
Yeah, we'll move his resume, which is Exhibit 1. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll continue. Mr. Hodge, I'm going to show you one more document. This is Applicant's Exhibit 2. Mr. Hodge, are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Thank you. Please describe its contents.
Yes, sir. So it's basically executive summary. It's the results of all of the things that we assessed at Onyx, going through the interior, the structural, any points of fault acoustically where sound can transmit more easily than it should, all the things that we did to mitigate as much as possible to reduce the opportunity for sound to exceed certain levels. We went through a bunch of different recordings that we did to see if the business was actually being egregious or if there were, major compliance issues. And we did multiple testing around that building to do so, as well as up the street and in front of the Jefferson Row buildings. Through all of that, this basically gives a summary of all my findings, and I think that's probably the extent of it.
Applicant moves to ask to move Exhibit 2 into evidence.
But this is a witness. This is his report. Why don't you have him testify what's in this report? I mean,
Well, I intend to. I just want to clarify that.
well, have him testify about the report. I mean, rather than I don't need him to summarize. Tell me what
I'm happy to give you guys a bullet point presentation and tell you exactly what I found.
All right, Mr. Hodge, that's up to Mr. Mixon to ask specific questions about the document. So yeah, he needs to ask specific questions about the document. At the end, okay, if he wants to move your summary into evidence, fine, but let's have some testimony because the noise is an issue as raised by the protestants. So if you have gone in and you have done testing or whatever it is that you've done, I'm curious to hear what it is that you have to say. I don't want to have to go read some report. When you're here, you can testify about what it is that you did and when. So that's what I need. That's what I expect, Mr. Mixon.
Okay. Mr. Hodge, can you tell us about the methodology that you employed in preparing this report, how you observed the establishment?
I can. I would like to actually, if it's okay to give Chairman a little bit more, I'd like to, I have something prepared I'd like to go through.
Mr. Hodge, Mr. Mixon is the one who controls it. So you answer the question that Mr. Mixon asked you. When Mr. Silverstein would have an opportunity to ask questions, and then if I'm not satisfied with what I'm hearing, then I'm going to ask you questions. But right now, you need to answer the questions that Mr. Mixon is asking you, sir.
Of course. I'm sorry. Please repeat the question for me.
Yes. Can you explain kind of the methods you employed in understanding the establishment and its operations in preparation for this report?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's on-site surveys, looking at the setup and how the sound system was built, how the speakers were placed, looking at the building, any potential deficiencies it may have had, as well as then moving into a lot of things to help sort of mitigate the sound for being able to achieve a level. We used a sound attenuator to restrict the output, so regardless of the operator, it can't exceed a certain level. We made recommendations on things that needed to be fixed. Again, we took measurements to see at the building perimeter or property line if this business was in a violation or in excess of the code.
Okay. Can you provide us some understanding of how sound transmission works?
I'd be happy to. So at the core, sound is simply a fluctuation in air pressure. Over time, it was measured as sound pressure level. What a lot of these meters that we see are called SPL meters. It's also referred to in decibels. The key relevance here is that there's airborne transmission. Music and crowd noise create pressure waves as well in air. These waves are radiated outward, reflect off facades, and diffract around corners. In narrow alleyways with masonry and concrete, this creates a highly reflective, reverberant sound field, essentially sound bouncing and building up between hard surfaces. There is structure-borne transmission of sound, whereas loudspeakers or any establishment could transfer or attach to a structural part of a building and then continue past that point. Vibration travels through building elements, can be re-radiated as audible sound on the other side. This is especially noticeable at the lower frequencies where wavelengths are long and traditionally wall ratings don't fully capture. Then there's low frequency behavior. It tends to be non-directional. It's not like if there's a subwoofer here, it's only going to affect that spot. It is a 360-degree sort of radiation of that sound. So it can go, it's multi-directional, and it penetrates standard construction. It's less attenuated by distance than higher frequency would be. In practice, it basically means a venue can operate within reasonable levels, but residents may perceive base energy in their apartments because it could couple into the structure and survive typical building assemblies. The room and alley acoustics that were noted, the alley behind M Street functions like a semi-enclosed waveguide. hard parallel purposes, and very minimal absorption. Sound energy from traffic, HVAC exhaust, people, and any nearby venues building up and reflect in that alleyway, creating standing waves and modal behavior. Spots where sound is naturally louder or quieter by several decibels, with just a few feet of movement, kind of prove that very easy shift in the way that sound moves through that alley.
Hold on a minute. Let me
Yes.
ask a question. I mean, are you reading from a document, sir?
No, sir. I prepared a report and I prepared what I wanted to point out as relative to that. So, I mean, it's the same information that I know.
So is this report is that the report exhibit, or is it some other report you're reading
No,
from?
these are just my notes to make sure that I cover. If I get really into specifics of waveforms, how waveforms work, you guys are gonna, you're gonna throw me out of here. So I'm trying to give you the bullet points and how it relates and how we do this, how we measure things, how we look at reflections, how we look at bass traps, as you might know it. Sometimes you put a bass in your house and you get a bass trap in one corner, sounds really loud. So we're here focusing on sound transmission and the things that can affect sound transmission.
No, I'm fine, sir. I mean, you can testify. If you're gonna, if the only if you're reading a document, it has to be this document that it has to be Exhibit 1. If it's not Exhibit 1, then you need to be testifying from your memory. So if you want, if it's Exhibit 1 that you're reading from, that's fine. But if it's
These
not
are the-
Exhibit 1, you need to read. You need to testify from your knowledge and memory, sir. Okay.
Okay, understood. I am. These are parts that I've actually taken excerpts out of, and then some things that I've actually helped to explain a little bit better just to hear. So we try to get to a resolution. But I understand what you're saying. If you'd like, I can just go through my report, but whatever's preferred.
You can only, all right. If you can
He
testify
asked me a
from,
question about sound. I was answering the sound. That's all.
fine, but I just want to make sure that it appears that you're reading from some document. And what I'm saying is that the only document you can read from to testify to is this Exhibit 1. If it's not Exhibit 1, then you need to be testifying from your knowledge and memory, sir. Okay?
Fine.
All
No
right.
problem.
Mr. Hodge, do you have any think further? You were I say instead reflecting the contents of the report. I think that's maybe the easiest way. In preparing this report, did you familiarize yourself with DC noise laws that may be applicable to the establishment?
Absolutely.
And what did you learn through your review of these laws?
What I learned was that the DC code for noise ordinance is something that's written and then enforced by, I believe, the zoning administration. And that to do so, obviously we learned exactly what type of microphone has to be used, what settings have to be used, such as an A-weighted setting, that they want a slow response time when you're taking that measurement to make sure you get it the way that most ordinances are written for most states. So we learned all about DC code, what types of devices, what the settings of those devices need to be, and then what the thresholds for decibel levels were for commercial versus residential areas.
Can you tell us anything about the measurement methods? Actually, apologies, strike that. Let me just do this more orderly. Did you review anything related to Onyx, such as complaints or investigative history in preparing the report?
No, I mean, we did see the complaints, but we did not see any violations.
Thank you. Can you provide us some information on the kind of the location in which Onyx is located and how that may impact measuring its sound output?
Yeah, Onyx is located at the top of the building at the address earlier mentioned. Based on the code of compliance, the way that measurement must be taken is at the closest property line around the building. We made sure to take it at the front, the side, and the rear. Again, upon getting into this process with the guys and trying to figure out how we can make best efforts to mitigate any sound, we did notice that there were a few back windows that had not been treated properly. I advised the gentleman on how to construct that, what materials to use for sound dampening to prevent that transmission. It's a great first start just to find any areas on a building that are allowing sound to transfer. You want to get that taped up. You want to get it closed up so that's not a point of exit. They're probably older building, not double pane windows, things like that. So we gave them exact directions on what products to use and how to build it. And they went ahead and did that. We looked at obviously all of the things we mentioned earlier as far as sound and what we could take as far as measurements around the building as well. I think your microphone's off, Cameron.
Apologies. Does your report contain any analysis of the challenges there can be in attributing sound to a specific source?
And there are a lot of challenges, particularly with this location. You have several other license holders that run along the same alleyway. Part of what I was trying to explain earlier is that when you have an urban dense environment like that, and you've got a bunch of concrete buildings, you've got a bunch of mechanical units, you've got opposing sound systems that are also abutting Jefferson Row, and all those licensed establishments, basically having sound at the same time, it becomes very difficult to mitigate, and determine exactly where the sound is coming from. They all start to function as one, and frequencies, because they bounce off in different ways. You could have a base frequency marrying between two different establishments where it gets to a hertz that might penetrate a building. It's a unique situation here, but it is an urban environment, so it appears to be in line with what's normal.
Is it possible that someone observing sound on an individual level could find it challenging to attribute it to a source, say a neighboring resident?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So in following your observations and your measurements, did you provide any recommendations to the licensee?
I did. Based on what I found. Again, now I'd like to make a point that, and it's noted in my report and some of the videos that we provided, because we want to make sure we had evidence of this. Taking measurements around that building, up and down the alley, up to the Jefferson Row, at a baseline like 9 o'clock, before any club is open, before any sound system is on, and going through and taking those measurements throughout, sort of gets you the baseline for the crowd noise, the mechanical noise, street noise, vehicles, things like that. What we discovered was that everyone in that whole alley is averaging about 50 to 60 decibels, which is still just marginally above what the code calls for, but right around that range. And then what we did notice is that all throughout the rest of those measurements, we were anywhere from the very low 50s to the mid 60s, everywhere around Onyx. As we moved up the street, got closer to 12 after 12, we started seeing readings that were at 69 and 70 decibels. And as we got back up to the street by Highest and Soft House, it was about the same, just a touch lower. So everybody's pretty consistently the same in the entire area. There was no egregious single point of source from any of the establishments that were well above what the recommended threshold should be.
Understood. Can you tell us more about any measures that you may have recommended Onyx implement to
alleviate issues? Absolutely. So we basically took a look at the whole thing. What can we do as an overall approach to trying to reduce sound transmission? One would be repositioning speakers, which is something that I advised them and which ones I told them to move, whether it be to get them away from walls. If you have two subwoofers that are stacked or right next to each other, that's a coupled sound, and that's going to have almost double impact. That sound wave is going to be able to travel further. So we decoupled those subwoofers. We put them in different locations to avoid that extra power. We also repointed some of the speakers. We added what's called a master level attenuator to the DJ mixer. Again, you've got a DJ gets excited, crowd's dancing. He might just keep trying to push the volume up. So we put a master attenuator on that mixer so that he hits the ceiling. He cannot exceed that threshold. So we did those things. In addition, we also did the construction of the windows, as I mentioned to you guys. And I'll double check my notes, but I think that really sums up the base of it.
In terms of mitigation measures, did any of those involve architectural improvements to the premises?
Some minor, yes. Some of the back-facing wall, we again where we installed these acoustical mats over the windows, we also tried to place some of those on the interior of the walls as well.
And what effects have you observed from the implementation of these measures?
I mean, again, all the measurements are coming out appropriate for the building. I don't see any violations. I don't see any extreme sound transmission from the Ozio building versus any other building in that alley. Again, everything is within very fair limits of what it should be with an SBL meter.
In your opinion, do you think that what further do you think would be needed to understand where the source of noise would be, maybe with respect to any noise complaints?
All right, so I want to give, if it's okay, can I present an example of some other issues we've had and how we've resolved them? I think it might help feed into what this process is when you have these issues. Would that be suitable?
Please.
All right. So we did a sound installation on a business called Policy on 14th Street many years ago down by the old ABRA headquarters. There was a residential apartment that was literally like, I would say about 20 feet across from the building. It was starting to disturb the guy. He was getting noise issues. He was having low frequencies in his apartment. I kindly told him, look, if there's anything we can do, let me into your apartment. Let me see if I can figure out exactly what frequencies are entering. Okay, so we were able to enter his apartment, use a device called a real-time analyzer. And unlike an SPL that's just measuring volume, a real-time analyzer is actually taking and measuring exactly what frequencies and at what decibel level. So if you see one specific frequency that's creating a disturbance and I have control over that sound system, I can now go back, create a very small filter, notch out that frequency. The business can still operate. It's not very audible of a change to the business and its clients. And we now alleviated that issue. He was fine. He never had an issue again once we did that. Some of them are a lot more complicated. When we had an issue at the sound system in Dubai that we had done, all of the nightclubs over there are in hotels. We had a sound system that was resonating all the way up to the 24th floor. And that's just because the building was made of steel and glass. And that low end frequency was attaching to the frame of the steel. It was going all the way up 24 floors. So we had to come in and put springs and sort of detach that structural frame from the space that we were in to alleviate that issue. So there's a lot of different ways to do things. We've done all the things that are obvious and make sense for us up front. Now, if we want to alleviate this for the members of Jefferson Row that are having large issues, it sort of has to be a multifaceted fix, right? We would need to be able to audibly hear it. We would want to use a device called a real-time analyzer so we can see exactly what frequencies are coming in. But the problem is that if you do that on a busy Saturday night, you've got multiple places operating and there's no audio signal. There's no way to tell exactly which place is playing what if they're all playing. So it's not like the frequency entering the space is going to be identifiable. It doesn't have some clear mark on it that says it was from this establishment. So that's one of the larger issues we face.
And what can you tell us of the conclusions that you reached in preparing this report?
Absolutely. I mean, the conclusions are clear without reading it, but basically that they've implemented substantial, permanent, good faith mitigation measures. The surrounding sound environment is influenced by multiple establishments, as well as a large volume of city noise from HVAC units, from people, from everything else. That the enforcement agency does not have any documented violations to Onyx under either DC framework, their own, which is, they listen audibly to see if they can actually hear in somebody's establishment. That's their way of trying to see if they, can audibly hear it, then they are comfortable to write an infraction. And that they definitively are not violating any of the DC code when it comes to measurements and microphone checks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hodge. We may return to this, but to get into some of the other examples, Mr. Chair, we asked to move exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Mr. Silverstein.
Does exhibit number 2 include decibel levels?
No, that's enough.
Then we will
say summary. No, this is the summary that he wrote, sir. No,
the summary.
Yes.
We will allow the summary as his experience. Yes.
All right. So move.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Or
Any
something
other-
else to say? I have further questions, yes. Returning to my notes after sharing the screen. Okay, Mr. Hodge, you made reference to architectural improvements, so now I will present applicant's exhibit number 3. Okay. Mr. Hodge, you're familiar with the photographs contained within Exhibit 3?
I am.
And can you tell us of what they depict?
They depict the original window that was on the backside facing Jefferson Row. And then they depict the improvements that we did to clean that up using 3/4-inch Sonopan acoustical panels, as well as wood. And with the way we build that, if you imagine the best way to soundproof something is to build a box within a box, that sound between those two boxes is what prevents transmission. So by doing this, we use the acoustical panels, we place them, framing against it, and then we created a bit of a gap to build the second frame. That really helps prevent any transmission of sound to get through.
In your professional experience, are these types of acoustical panels often used in establishments with entertainment?
I mean, they're used for all kinds of things, but yes, they are often used in entertainment establishments.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I ask to move exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Mr. Silverstein.
I have some questions about it, but I'm not sure if I should ask them now or later.
You can ask them later. So I'm going to move into evidence. You'll have an opportunity to ask about it, sir, on cross-examination.
Very well.
Do you mind if I use the restroom real quick? I'll be back in just 2 minutes. I'm so sorry.
It has been approximately 2 hours, Mr. Chair, if now would be appropriate time to recess.
Mr. Mixon, I am not going to take a break in the middle of the witness's testimony. Now,
I'll hold as long as I can, sir.
Sir, if you have a personal emergency, we'll say you can go take care of it, sir. So I'll give you 2 minutes to go take care of it, but I'm not taking a formal break.
I understand. Just 2 seconds, I promise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'm back. I apologize. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Mixon.
Okay, Mr. Hodge, it's correct you said earlier in your testimony that you performed an
Excuse me.
What's good, Mr.
I took advantage also, Mr. Chair, and I'm just back. Apologize.
We didn't have a formal break. That's why I didn't. All right, I'm sorry. I can't take a break. Remember, I have to be here. So until we take a formal break, I just have to hold it in. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Are you there, Mr. Silverstein?
Yes, I am, sir.
All right. You know, that's one of the reasons why when I ask everyone to be on camera, so I can tell, because if you're not on camera, then I don't know that you're not there. All right, go ahead, Mr. Mixon. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hodge, you stated earlier in your testimony that you performed analysis of the kind of surrounding premises to get a baseline. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I thought we should look at those to further understand how you came to your conclusions. Mr. Chair, I'm going to provide a series of exhibits identified in applicant's PIF as exhibits 10, 11, 12, and 13.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ready?
Mr. Hodge, are you familiar with this video?
I can't see it.
There's nothing on
Not
the
sharing. I don't think you're sharing.
Okay. What about now?
There you go.
Are you familiar with this video?
I am.
And can you describe its contents?
I believe this is, again, we've taken multiple because we were trying to gather as much data as possible. I believe, is this a baseline video with actually no other clubs playing music? I don't have a reference by your exhibit numbers. I apologize.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to present the video for the all parties awareness and for Mr. Hodge's further questioning.
Ready? January 15th, 9:48 p.m. We're at the Jefferson Row Garage in the alley. 52, 72, 66, 63, 68, 61, 53, 64.
Yeah. Mr. Hodge, what can you tell us about why the sound test was conducted?
So we did that. We did it multiple other points throughout the alley. Getting a baseline, understanding the sort of environment that you're dealing with. When you're in a cityscape, it's different. If I'm out in the country doing this, I might hear birds chirping. But when you're in the city, it's a lot different. You have the mechanical noise is huge. You have, just general air that could be traveling through corridors as well. But we did.
Hold on a minute. Hold on.
Sorry.
You have no objection?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, sir.
So again, we wanted to do it at multiple points throughout the alley so we can understand exactly how that alley functions in regards to the sound that's already existing. So I wanted to do it previous to the opening of these establishments, right? Like, again, when you have 5 nightlife establishments and you're right there in Midtown and they're all opposing this alley, what's our baseline look like with just mechanical, just people, just everything before these places open? The reading out very similar. So that's why we did it. That's the purpose of it, and that's what it demonstrated.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr.
I guess now is the time to object.
What are you objecting to, sir?
I move to strike the testimony regarding decibel readings due to their not meeting DCMR standards to do so in an administrative hearing.
How are they not meeting the DCMR?
Mr. Hodge, this is not about you, sir. Please.
Under DCMR 2700.20, noise levels under the Act may be measured by any official designated by the mayor and by any person who is a qualified acoustical engineer who holds a certificate of registration as a professional engineer issued by the district. Those are the rules. If he wishes to testify as to what he hears or sees, he may do so. But these particular decibel readings are not admissible under DCMR 2700.
Mr. Hodge,
Mr. Hodge.
I'm sorry. I caught myself. I apologize. I'm sorry, sir.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this exhibit has a high degree of probative value for understanding the full scope of the analysis that Mr. Hodge performed in assisting the establishment The context in which he came to his conclusions is important information for the board to understand, to fully know how thorough that they were. This is material, and this is not a for the purposes of Mr. Silverstein's argument, this is not a Department of Buildings enforcement action against whether an establishment exceeded decibel levels, and which, yes, would require the qualifications so described. This is relevant information to understanding Mr. Hodges' assessment of the establishment's sound mitigation needs and what would form the basis for the mitigation recommendations he provided.
If, Mr. Chairman, if you wish to give it the weight it deserves, that's fine, but I would posit that it is not admissible as absolute evidence.
The reason I'm going to overrule your objection. I mean, he's saying, okay, I went out, I measured. I'm not taking it that he's saying that they're not exceeding the decibel reading. He's just saying, okay, he went out, he did some measurements, and these are the recommendations I made to the establishment. So I think that's fine. I don't
Okay.
I don't take it as he's saying that, well, that it's not noisy outside. I'm not taking it that way. I'm just saying that he's saying that he has made some mitigation. He has made some recommendations to the establishment how to mitigate the noise, and that's what I'm taking it at. So I'm going to overrule the objection allowed. Of course, you can cross-examine him, but I'm not taking it as at least I'm not taking this evidence to state that there's no noise and there's no noise there. At least that's not the way I'm listening to it at this juncture. So
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
all right. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Applicant moves for Exhibit 10 to be admitted into evidence.
Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proceeding on to applicant's Exhibit 13. For context, this was recorded one day, the following day from.
I guess in order to tell me the purpose of the purpose of these exhibits are to do what? What are you trying to prove?
To demonstrate that the conclusions Mr. Hodge reached and the recommendations that he provided Onyx, which Onyx implemented, were informed by a complete understanding of baseline sound and any impacts that its operations may have had, and the contextualized by the total sound profile of the space that is relevant to this action where noise is allegedly being heard.
All right, that's fine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know for context, this was recorded the following day from Exhibit 10. Mr. Hodge, are you familiar with this video?
I am.
You need to, what video is this, sir? There's no video.
Apologies. Mr. Hodge, are you familiar with this exhibit, with this video identified as applicant's Exhibit 13?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And can you give us a brief description of what it contains?
I believe this is the one where we're recording at 1:13 in the morning on a Saturday night. And we are trying to see what the base level is in the alley throughout multiple establishments.
And can you say anything about why that time in particular may have been chosen?
Absolutely. It's a busy Saturday night, so it's a direct for a peak point of people noise, road noise. The nightclubs are all sort of at their top night that they might be operating and have their sound systems in place. So this is the best chance for us to capture real recordings to see how things are working in that alleyway, how things are working specifically for Onyx, and just looking at trying to understand exactly how sound is propagating to, potentially disturb these residents.
Thank you. I'm going to present the video now.
January 16th, 1:16 a.m., Jefferson Road Garage. 54, 72, 67, 65, 653, 60, 56, 64, 52, 56.
And what can you tell us about what you learned from this data?
What I can say is that, again, there are some fluctuations. That's going to be, just varying noise, different pressure coming through that alley. What I can say is that it's very close to where it should be for a residential area. The 50 to 55 is what we would ideally be seeing. Does it fluctuate a bit above that? It seems to, but it's not egregious. It's not, again, 50 decibels is very, very, very low. Talking environment, when you go sit and chat with somebody at a table, can be upwards of 60 decibels. So, this is not some high threshold that's being broken. It appears to be in a decent place. I don't see anything that's not expected for an urban corridor right next to Midtown. We're not living in a suburban space here. So, this is just general with living in a city.
Thank you. Applicant requests that Exhibit 13 be moved into evidence.
Mr. Silverstein.
Mr. Chair, can we take a break for a moment, or can we take our break at this time? I need to use the facilities. I didn't have the opportunity.
The reason why we're in the middle of the record examination, we don't really take breaks in the middle of testimony. That's why I'm waiting for his. No, I'm serious. I'm waiting for Mr. Mixon to complete his direct.
I thought he.
For
I
you
thought
to
he
do
had.
your. No, he has not. And for
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Mixon to do his direct, for you to do your cross, and if in a question, and then after we're done with this witness, then I'll take a break because I don't want to take. I don't want to because part of the problem, if I take a break, Mr. Mixon can talk to him. I'm not saying Mr. Mixon's going to talk.
Okay.
You normally don't take a break in the middle of someone's testimony. Okay, so that's why I'm waiting for his testimony to be done before we take a break. Okay.
I thought Mr. Nixon was done.
He's not done because once Mr. Mixon is done, you're going to have an opportunity to ask him questions, and the board's going to ask questions, and then after that, we'll take a break. So you're asking to move Exhibit 13 in evidence, is that correct?
That's correct.
Any objection, Mr. Silverstein?
No, I do not object.
Okay, so move.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proceeding on, we will next look at Exhibit 11. This is of a sound test conducted 2 days later. Mr. Hodge, familiar? Turning to sharing control. Mr. Hodge, are you familiar with this video?
I do remember it. I just don't remember the exact time of day that this one was, but the video will self-describe it.
And can you describe just a quick overview of its contents?
Again, without the date, I'm not sure which one. I believe this is when we're taking measurements around the other people's establishments as we move down the corridor or the alleyway so that we can get an idea or understanding how sound is propagating through that area.
Thank you. I will now present the video.
Saturday night into Sunday morning, January 18th, 1:21 a.m. Behind 12 after 12, all nightclubs are open. Alley.
Are you familiar with this video now?
Yes, I am. And I'd like to speak to it to basically say, and so this is one of the higher points that we're actually having more sound in the alley. Again, Onyx is measuring closer to 62, 63, sometimes 65. Closer to 12 after 12, you're looking at a range of about 68 to 72 is what we were getting. As far as SPL measurements, it's just it's a larger level of sound coming off the back of that building than we're finding anywhere around Onyx at all.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, applicant asked for Exhibit 11 to be moved into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And lastly, applicant now presents its Exhibit 12. Mr. Hodge, are you familiar with this video?
I believe this is a measurement at Onyx.
Okay, I will present the video.
On Saturday night into Sunday morning, January 18th, 1:22 a.m. Soft House, Public, Alley, all nightclubs are open.
And what can you tell us of what you learned from this video?
So again, we're looking at the higher end of the SPL readings, and again, they're not egregious for a urban corridor like this, but they're ranging in the closer to the 68, 69, up to like 72 mark. So again, I think we're just seeing more concentration between Soft House, 12 after 12, in that area, which is technically much closer to Jefferson Row, with higher SPL readings.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, applicant asks for its Exhibit 12 to be moved into evidence.
Mr. Silverstein,
Without objection.
without objection, number 12.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hodge, can you tell us any more about? Actually, before I continue, excuse me. Did you perform other further tests than those described than those presented previously?
Yeah, there were a lot more than just the videos we showed. We took samples over a period of several weeks. Again, during the daytime, nighttime, trying to get baselines at different parts of the alley to see exactly how things might be propagating, if sound is bouncing off certain walls, just to understand how that area works. And then also, obviously, on busier nights throughout the entire alley. And again, taking measurements all around Onyx the entire time, before and after the recommendations had been implemented for the sound system and for the attenuator, master attenuator, replacement of speakers. Everything we could do, we did it, and then we went to try to verify it, make sure that it was better than what we had found before.
And is this the methodology for collecting information that you might employ in other
Yeah,
establishments?
without access to a residential person's home. Look, again, like I told you guys before, I gave an example of being able to go into a home with the real-time analyzer, seeing a very specific frequency, understanding what's disturbing them, and then trying to figure out how to mitigate that out of a sound system. Again, the complication we have in this situation is that we have a lot of different establishments right next to each other. So, but yet there's, beyond the things that we've done, I think we've done everything in good faith. I think that there's a lot of smart decisions that were made to make sure that we try to mitigate this situation. And again, I think everything is within law and within the standards.
Thank you. How effective do you think these measures will be in promoting or ensuring Onyx's compliance in the future?
I think they'll continue forward.
Would you implement these measures in an establishment that you owned or managed?
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. No further questions.
Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Silverstein.
Problem here. Okay, there we are. Mr. Hodge, have you contacted the Jefferson Row residents? You said that you wanted to work with them. Who did you contact and when?
I did not, because all the reports were anonymous, and there was only a very few that were not, and they were redacted.
Even after the protest? The protest was not anonymous.
From what I saw, for the time I was contracted to do this work, sir, I got the FOA, the Freedom of Information Act reports, and that's what the information we got.
You're aware that Onyx is the closest rooftop establishment facing Jefferson Row, correct?
Understood.
Okay. But you did not attempt to contact them. No one from there did. And
I'm sorry, sir. Again, I did not have a contact person to reach out to.
Okay. What is the STC rating of the rooftop enclosure, the sound transmission class?
Of which component?
The rooftop enclosure.
Of any rooftop enclosure, or of the one you're referring to?
The one at Onyx.
I did not install that, sir. Yeah, I did not install that. I did not sell it to them. I don't have that information.
Why is it so much louder now, according to all the residents, than it was under Ozio. What's changed? Why were there one or two complaints in the past 2 years until August 22nd? And then there are
Objection beyond the
12,
scope of direct
13
examination.
complaints. Could you explain? Is there some difference in operation, or has sound transmission changed?
I'm going to overrule the objection and allow him to answer the question if he can.
All right. So I don't know what Ozio had or how they were operating. I don't know what their previous sound system was. It would be very difficult for me to give you that answer, sir, without those details. I would have had to go into Ozio before and be able to do an analysis, see how they had their speakers placed, see what they had. Maybe they, had different setup, different system. I don't know what they were doing. I can't answer that.
Does sound travel like water, where it drops off on a cliff, or does it travel generally in straight lines?
It generally travels through things and in straight lines.
Well, then all of these
Here,
particular.
let's further answer your question. It travels based on a directional pattern of a speaker. So speakers have directional patterns, and they can be anywhere from a 60 to 90-degree dispersion. It could be a connular 110-degree dispersion. It could be a sub-frequency that's not really directional at all. So that answer it's none of your answers. It doesn't it goes in the way it goes, but it's usually guided by a horn.
Is it possible, if you're standing on the ground and noise is being generated on a fourth floor in a straight direction, that you can be standing practically next to it and not hear it because it's going over your head?
No.
Pardon?
No.
The noise you're saying the noise will then drop down like water.
No. What you're saying is that it goes in a specific direction. It goes in all directions that is not obstructed. And again, depending on the high frequencies, the mid frequencies, the low frequencies, they all have different patterns, sir. So with all due respect, a high frequency is directed by a horn that has a directional pattern. So if you've ever been to a concert, you see a bunch of speakers stacked on top of each other. The top 20 speakers all have a 10-degree radius on the horizontal plane. 120-degree radius on the horizontal plane and 10-degree on the vertical plane. So as those speakers get attached, it becomes one big super speaker without having any cross filtering or any other issues, because those sound waves are running into each other. So it just depends on the speaker, the box. If you want to talk about natural occurrences, a tree falls in the forest, it's a different story, right? But based on audio and audio devices, it's very technical. It depends on what frequencies you're referring to. And again, high frequencies are directional. Mid frequencies a little bit less, but they still are directional to the speaker to some degree. Low frequencies are not directional.
So if they're directional and pointing sideways and you're on a fourth floor, then it's going to be louder elsewhere on the fourth floor, correct?
I'm not understanding your example.
The example is if
fourth floor, indoor, outdoor, where are the speakers?
Outdoor.
So you're talking about two speakers in an outdoor space. How far apart?
I'm not asking how far apart. I'm saying if there is a speaker, a single speaker, and it's pointing in one direction, straight ahead,
okay,
and you're on the fourth floor, and there's someone on the fourth floor 2 blocks away, they may hear that more than the person who is down on the ground level, and it's not pointing in their direction.
Depending on obstruction, if there's no obstructions, maybe, but I don't know that. That's a very difficult thing. There's so many different factors. If I'm on the fourth floor, will my first floor resident that lives below me, and there's all kinds of building material in between us, hear it a lot less? Yeah, of course. Then it going out a window and going to a different building, there's no obstructions.
One of your exhibits there depicted the window facing Jefferson Row inside the building. Is that the majority of? Are those the same windows that you have on the rooftop?
No, sir.
Talk to me about the rooftop itself and the sound attenuation of a rooftop that has apparently, what is it, quarter-inch glass and a polycarbonate plastic roof. What is the sound attenuation of that?
I would need the exact materials and thickness to be able to look that up. But every material has a specific quality or attenuating quality to it. If you double pane the glass just like you would in a window, if you have a single pane versus double pane with a space of air in between, that's going to attenuate and sound a lot more than a single pane of glass would. So I would need to know the exact construction, exact materials, and exact dimensions to be able to run those calculations and look them up.
Are you aware, sir, that the rooftop enclosure was found to be insufficient noise abatement in the case of the previous licensee?
I did not
And
look.
if so,
Objection,
what has
relevance.
been done?
Mr. Chair, any discussion of the prior establishment is plainly irrelevant.
It is not the prior establishment, sir. It is the rooftop itself, not the operation of it.
You referred to a licensed establishment owned by a different business entity with entirely different managing members, entirely different staff, personnel, layout, architectural features. No discussion of this is probative with respect to the appropriateness of OZIO.
All right, I'm gonna sustain the objection. So let's move on.
Mr. Chair, no.
You're talking about Ozier, and that's not. I don't know what Ozier is not on.
Yours, okay.
Yeah.
It's. I need to ask. You say it is difficult or impossible to determine the source of the noise when there are multiple sources of noise, but you've had ABCA investigators say that they were able to do that by having someone outside listening to it and someone inside inside a residence confirm that it was the same song at the same time. How can you say it is impossible when in fact it has been done by the agency's own investigators?
Those agents are using their ears only. They're not using devices to measure. And if there's other venues that could contribute to the sound, you don't know if it's 100%. If they pick up a hint of a song that they may have heard, and that other person on the other side of the phone tells them, hey, that's the same song, yes, there very well may be some sound transmission from that point. But who's to say the lower frequencies coming into that same establishment are not from a different place?
Well, according to DCMR 1321, it is unlawful for a person to make an unreasonably loud noise between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. that is likely to annoy or disturb one or more other persons in their residences. If, in fact, the ABCA investigator hears the sound and is able to determine the song itself, the lyrics of the song, what the DJ is saying, isn't that exactly what 22-13-21 refers to? Aren't they in fact?
Objection, relevance,
It is. I'm going to overrule the objection.
and calls for a legal conclusion.
Well, all right. Ask him. Just rephrase your question, Mr. Silverstein.
If let me try to. What is it you'd like me to specify here? Or
Just rephrase your question. I mean, don't
okay.
don't ask him interpretation of the statute. Just ask him. You're talking about noise. So ask him about noise.
Isn't it obvious, sir, that if you have someone outside listening to what they know, or inside Onyx listening to a piece of music, and a person inside a residence nearby hears it and they confirm that they can hear in the residence the actual music and hear the words of the DJ? Isn't that, how can you say that you can't confirm where the music is coming from?
I didn't say you cannot confirm where it's coming from. What I said was if that person can audibly confirm it's the same song, that there may be some point of transmission coming in from that establishment, but it may be coming in from other establishments as well. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Is when you have multiple venues, the bass could be going through a building and coming in through a building into an apartment a different way. So again, different frequencies transmit in different ways.
Sure.
Now, again, in that particular situation, I'm not denying that it happened. I'm just telling you that it could have been also caused by other establishments that may have compiled in with it.
Are you done? Hello?
Yes.
Are we frozen? Oh, I thought we may have frozen. Okay, so finally, you cannot testify that Onyx's music was not audible inside residences, correct?
Sir, I have not been in any residence, and from my understanding of all the reports, neither have all the ABCA investigators, but a majority of the ones that did were not able to report or create citations. So I'm not sure of the one occurrence that did, but based on all the other complaints that were filed, I didn't see anything else that had the same effect.
And you cannot testify that Onyx never caused audible disturbance, correct?
I can testify that they're within code.
You cannot testify that a violation did not occur.
Sir, I'm not in anybody's people's homes. I cannot.
No further questions.
All right, I have a question, sir. When were you? During what period of time did you conduct these tests?
We started about 3 months ago. Just taking a look at the bill.
We call it 3 months. Just tell me months.
Okay, so I would say about a month and a half ago, we started taking some baseline testings and did them throughout multiple weekends. I even stopped by on a Wednesday. I work in DC, so I can often just stop by as well to see what I can find myself. But we've taken them as a good collection of time. They're multiples.
Just what? January, February, what month? Tell me what month. Tell me when.
We probably started early January. Yes, sir.
Okay,
early January. Yep.
All right. So what specific recommendations did you make to the establishment?
I told them that they needed to get those windows covered up on the back of the building to make sure no sound was going to transmit. It's one of the easiest spots for sound to bleed is to go through a window, especially if it's old framed and everything else. I told them that they need to put a master attenuator on the DJ mixer because DJs will often see people dancing. They get excited. They just want to turn it up. I've been watching it for 20 years now, right? So you put a master attenuator on there. So it's a ceiling. They can't go past it. All right. We also went and looked at all the speakers. As I told you before, we decoupled the subwoofers. There was 2 subwoofers that we had stacked on top of each other. I made them remove the second one and put it to a different location because when they're coupled like that, it doubles the energy, right? So if we're having an issue where that low frequency may be entering establishment, we want to lessen that. We want whatever we're going to get from it in the space, not elsewhere from the space. So we decoupled it. We also repositioned some of the speakers to see if it would help at all to get an angle on them to try to get them away from any other parts of the building that face towards Jefferson Row. In addition to that, what else did we do? This is the tuning, low frequency. I also rolled off some low frequencies, actually reduced the, you have control. When you have a sound system, you have digital control over it. So in addition to attenuating it, we also did some frequency tuning to actually reduce some of the low end frequency because that's typically what's most problematic. So those are all the things that we saw from building structure, from a sound system, everything we could do to the sound system to try to get it in a much better pocket were done physically to the building, and then all the measurements that we took as well, just to see and make sure that we had improvement from doing those things.
So did the establishment comply with all the recommendations that you made?
They did.
And so approximately when is it that you made the recommendations, and when is it that when did you make these recommendations?
Again, to take this on a larger project, we started beginning of January, maybe a little bit before it was brought to my attention. So when I started with SPL measurements to just try to get a good base, and then we really went through everything throughout the early parts of January to make those changes to the actual sound system. I think the guys may have taken their hands to do the construction a little bit earlier on the windows when I mentioned that to them. And again, I'm not a construction guy, so I'm not there doing the physical work. But all of this has been done as a collective effort to see if there was a large issue to begin with, how we could fix it. Again, we didn't see things that seemed to be exceeding, but we wanted to do all the smart things to get it to the best possible place. I don't have exact timelines for you, sir, when I was there. If you would go back to try to go back to logbooks and calendars and gather that for you, I'm happy to. I don't know what you're trying to establish, so.
Today is okay. We have a hearing. Today is February 4th. You can't tell me when you did something in January, sir. You said that you did testing, you made recommendations. Today's February 4th. It's not that long ago. You should be able to tell me when you did this. You knew you were about to testify today. You said you made recommendations, so I'm trying to find out what recommendations. When did you make them?
Sure,
You want
to look at my calendar? I'll tell you exactly when I got there and what nights I made them.
I'm not. What I'm asking, approximate, sir. I mean, I
No,
don't think it's that
absolutely.
difficult.
I apologize. Listen.
Hold on. You said you start working in January. Today's February 4th. It's not that long ago. You can say probably the second week of January. This is what I made these recommendations around this timeline. Today's February 4th, sir. We're not talking about January of a year ago. We're talking about a month ago.
I understand.
And
No problem.
you knew you were supposed to testify today, sir. I mean, this is basic information.
It's fine. I'll answer you more specifically. I spent an entire weekend there on the first week in January. I was there Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, and trying to understand everything, understand the alley, understand the competing businesses, take measurements, see what's going on, listen inside the club, look at the materials that I could see that to identify on and where I could find improvements. Throughout that and throughout everything else has been an ongoing conversation. And this is guided direction that I'm giving them. I came back the next weekend as well to see how things were, see where the guys have gotten. I plugged in on the second weekend, I actually brought the proper software. You can't just plug into anybody's sound system. There's specific software you have to have. So I brought the software, the guys who built it for them, I found out what they were using, came in the following week, plugged in the sound system, started to work on the sound system and roll off the low frequencies and do whatever we could there, adding extra compression to make sure that that ceiling that we set on the master attenuator is also on the processor side, because you don't want to just get distortion, you'll blow up the speakers. So, you've got to do it in a way where it's leveled. So made changes to the sound system probably the second week of January. Was back the third week, taking the more baseline measurements, more measurements outside. And they did the construction. So I don't know when they did the construction on the physical work, but I gave them the guidance and told them what products to use, and they went ahead and completed that.
I know I heard you testify that you're aware that in the investigative history that ABCA found that there was a noise violation in October. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you inquire? Because I hear you testify that the noise was you can't differentiate the noise. However, our agency went and they got a warning to say, yes, we can hear noise. So did you talk to the establishment about that to see how can you improve, what type of mitigation can be put in place, because ABCA in October determined that there was some violation?
At that time, sir, I personally was not available to do so.
No, I'm not saying, but I'm saying you went to work for them. You did this work in January, but did they share with you that ABCA came in October, determined that there was a violation, and so therefore they did receive a warning, meaning that there was a violation, but because it was the first, they were eligible for a warning. So that's what I'm trying to find out. Was that information?
I believe I was made aware of it, in conjunction with all the rest of the complaints. I mean, I look at this holistically as a whole, whether it was ABCA that found a complaint or residents that are being disturbed. I want to improve the situation for everybody. So again, trying to figure out how to get that building tight, make sure there's no structural issues where it's going to resonate out. Again, you get loose. You've been to a club, you've ever heard two pieces of loose wood, they're gonna rattle. You know what I mean? But steel, the sound travels through steel. Any exposed parts of the building that need to be cleaned up, any windows that need to be cleaned up. That's why I suggested the vinyl matting as well as the covering of the windows was to make sure that we could dampen that sound and prevent the transmission.
Okay.
So it was brought to my attention.
So do you know, since you have made these recommendations to the establishment, do you know whether or not, have they reported to you that there has been any other noise complaint? Just complaints. I just thought, not whether or not they're, just have it been brought since you made the recommendations, and I'm not sure when is it that you made the recommendations, but I guess what I'm saying is that since you have made those recommendations, has it been brought to your attention whether or not any any complaints have been filed against the establishment?
I've been very limitedly available to this, sir. I'm doing as much as I can to make sure we get this resolved, but we do have multiple other things that we deal with. So we implement the changes. I think we had better results for several weeks after they were done, which I think they were done right around the second week of January to the sound system. So, but I'm not aware of exactly what kind of complaints have been done. And then the walls, I don't think we did earlier, but the retuning, the master attenuator, and other things that we did to reposition speakers were more recently.
All right.
So I'm not aware of any complaints after that.
All right, fine. Any questions by any other board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Yes, Mr. Hodge, good afternoon. Very interesting for someone that is not knowledgeable about noise and wavelengths and sound things.
Yes, sir.
I think that it's good that you reposition the speakers, that you decoupled the subwoofers, that you constructed the window with the two-level acoustic panels, installed mats to absorb sound. My question's about the master level alternator. So you said that you set it so that when the DJ gets excited, he can't raise the roof, basically.
That's correct.
And so is there a way that DJ could override that?
No, sir.
Okay. And what is the level that you set that at?
We set it to what we felt was a reasonable level for their operation. Again, with the type of business that they have and everything else, but one that wouldn't be exceeded, right? Because again, that's the thing. You have multiple places, not to get too into
There's
this.
not a number, like a 25. There's not a what do you call that level?
So when you do it, it's called a master attenuator, and it reduces by 3 decibel increments, 6 decibel increments, 12 decibels. We reduced it by 12 decibels.
Okay, so you reduced by 12. And so when you did the visual videos, that first video, it was a Wednesday at 9 p.m. And so that was good to establish. But all of those, I guess it was 4 videos, but which of the video was actually on the property of Onyx? Because you were over at the garage.
No, we have all those. And Cameron, I provided all those Cameron as well. So if you'd like to introduce one of them in evidence, feel free. But again, the measurements were at Onyx were coming up right around the 60, 59, 62 mark.
Sure. But there were some videos where it was up to 74, 75 mark too, which is
not an Onyx. Not an Onyx, no, sir.
Okay, no, but what we witnessed today.
Yeah, what you witnessed behind 12 after 12 behind Soft House, yes, sir. Those are those. That's a large contradiction. This whole thing is that Onyx is becoming the sort of the target of this thing. But when you look at that entire alley, plus the acoustics of that alley and everything else that occurs back there, environmental noise,
Sure.
and, machine noise, and everything else, and then as you take those measurements as you move up, which is closer to Jefferson Row, that's where the sound is actually getting louder.
Okay, I understand that, but you don't have any videos from inside the property of
which
levels? Onyx.
I did not take decibel readings inside. I was looking for compliance and to make sure we were good outside.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Any other board members? Mr. Silverstein, any questions based on the questions that were asked of the board?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
First of all, you said that these things were taken January 16th. Have there been any real problems in the past 10 days during the snow emergency when no one was around?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question, sir.
You said there's been no problems since January 16th.
I said I'm not aware if there's been any problems.
Is it fair to assume that there was a lot of people who couldn't go out because we were in a state of emergency and because it was impossible to get there or park? So
that's a lot of injections, sir. I don't know.
Did you do any when the rooftop was open?
I did not.
So the problems apparently from a lot of the people who are complaining is that when the rooftop is open, it's intolerable. And you're doing all these involving essentially when the rooftop is closed or when the rooftop is not even in operation. What do
with all due
what
respect,
do you have with the rooftop open?
with all due respect, sir, it was January. It's been a brutal January, so we didn't really have the option to open the rooftop and do that.
Precisely. And the main problem that we seem to have is with the rooftop. The things that are being done inside do not create the real issue here. They may be a problem, but not anywhere near that. So have you spent any time dealing with the major architectural issues with the outside, with the rooftop itself, the roof
I mean,
deck?
the building architectural issues, yes, and those appear to be fine, and we made improvements where we felt it was lacking, or leaking audio, if you want to say, through the
Yeah.
windows or wherever else we felt needed to be reinforced. Again, until we get into some sort of diagnosis of what the rooftop materials are, coefficients on that, and everything else, no, sir. But my understanding is they're licensed to have the rooftop, and we could always go back and try to figure out a way to look at that once the time is ready. They can bring me back in, and I'm happy to help.
Thank you. No further questions.
Sure thing.
Mr. Mixon.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hodge, were you present for Mr. Mascara's testimony?
I was.
And do you remember the discussion of exhibit number 4, related to noise complaints?
For what, the log?
The records of noise complaints obtained by FOIA request.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to bring those up again.
I'm sorry. I can't say anything. I apologize, Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hodge, are you aware of the date at which this message is dated and when the records were collected?
Yes, I'm aware of this. I've seen this.
Yes. So were any complaints, has ZAP have records of any complaints in any time since January 13?
I have not. No, none of these. All these FOIAs there were no citations issued.
And was Onyx's rooftop open at any of these times?
That's an operational question, sir. I don't know that.
No, understood. Are the measures that Onyx has implemented reflective of industry best practices?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And do you believe they may have contributed to Onyx receiving no violations since receiving its license?
I'm sorry, say again?
Do you believe...
Mr. Nixon, that's not correct. They did receive. There was a violation that received a warning. So that's incorrect.
To amend my question, Mr. Chair, would it be better if I said no violations on its investigative, incurred no violations resulting in penalties?
I don't think so. I don't think the witness can testify to that. So I don't. That's not a question that this witness can testify.
Again, my understanding.
This is not a question of witness. You don't know what penalty. Yeah, there is a penalty because there's a penalty because they receive a warning, meaning that the next time there's a violation, there is a penalty because they can't get another warning. So there's a penalty. But that's not a question this witness can answer.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
My pleasure.
How many more witnesses do you have, Mr. Mixon?
Am I needed further at all? Should I stick around?
That is your call, sir. That's your call. And Mr. Mixon.
Would you like me to stick around? I'll be with you if you need me to.
We are prepared to move on. The applicant has just 1 minute left.
All right. Okay. All right. So you said one. So because we're not going to do this entire case today, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. It's 4:26. 4:26. We'll be back on the record at 4:40. So we'll be back on the record at 4:40, and then we'll yes.
This case today.
I'm sorry, Mr. Silverstein.
I'm sorry, I did not, I have a hearing impairment, as you know. I did not hear the first thing you said about something this case today.
Yeah, it's not apparent that we're going to finish this case today. That's what I'm saying. But it appears that we can finish the applicant's case today, and if you have any witnesses that will not be available, depending on how long the testimony is. But so anyway, let's take a break. We're off the record until 4:40. But we're definitely going to finish the applicant's case today. So we're off the record until 4:40. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Testify as long as
That's
we want.
that's why I wanted to go quickly on these things, but he wouldn't let us.
Mr. Silverstein, I can hear you. You need
So-
to mute your line, sir. All right. Thank you. We're back on the record.
We're back.
I'm waiting for. All right, we do have a quorum of board members. All right, so Mr. Mixon, who's your next witness?
Applicant calls Charles Van Dorn.
Charles, is that person online? Oh yeah. Can you come on camera, please, sir? Mr. Van Dorn, can you come on camera, please? Mr. Van,
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Your witness, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Van Dorn, what is your relationship to the applicant business?
I'm the head of security for Onyx Food Top.
Thank you. And I'm going to present from Mr. Dorn's questioning applicant's Exhibit 6. Mr. Van Dorn, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us about its contents?
It is my resume.
And can you describe some of the experiences contained within that might be relevant to your position at Onyx?
I have been doing security well over 17 years. I have been doing the head of security for every company I've ever worked for. Here and abroad, I have been protectional detail for important people, very important people like CEOs and foreign dignitaries across this world, and close net security in high risk dignitary states.
Mr. Chair, applicant moves for it's exhibit number 6 to be moved into evidence, and Mr. Van Dorn to be qualified as an expert in security issues based on his extensive experience in this role in this industry.
No objection.
All right, without objection, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Van Dorn, how long have you worked for Onyx?
Since we opened, sir.
Thank you. And can you tell us about what some of your responsibilities as head of security entail?
My responsibilities are scheduling and placements and briefings that we have before every shift.
And what do you say? What do you do you train employees in security procedures?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that training entails?
Majority of people that I hire that I do my screening on are people that have a little bit of experience, particularly for certain positions that I need for at the actual place, for pat downs and for verification of IDs, know how to read a real ID and fake ID, to check for expired things, also to make sure on customer service when you're conducting yourself inside of the establishment. Making sure that you understand your position and what your position entails.
How many security personnel do you supervise at Onyx?
I have a total of 15. On a good night, I do between 10 and 12 people.
And can you describe how they are stationed throughout the establishment?
So I have 4 at the door. I have 2 IDs and I have 2 pat downs. I have 1 male, 1 female. And the reason why they are broken up in 4 because I have 2 sections. I have the VIP lounge and I have the regular intermission line. Now, once you get to the second floor, then straight to the second floor, I have 3 people on that floor. I have one that oversees that floor that looks above to make sure the other security are doing their job. I have one trying to make sure to maintain the bathroom. I have one to make sure that they're looking for the stair for the rear to make sure things are coming down for any emergency purposes. And I have 5 up top. My 5 is at the rear of the bar, which is on the top floor. I have one for the mezzanine, but one for the mezzanine VIP lounge, and I have 3 on the main floor. The 3 main floor are for the people that are what's called my diamond effect. My diamond effect is to make sure they see each part of the club if they need to communicate with each other. And I have one roaming throughout the club to make sure there's no damages to the property and people are being treated with respect while they're inside the venue.
Thank you. How are security personnel trained to respond to potential incidences of violent patron conduct or emergency situations?
Every emergency situation that I have detailed with each of my security, pretty much it comes from the top floor down to the bottom. Majority of the problems sometimes comes from the top floor because that's where most people are at. But if we're handling the situation, we handle it with respect and conduct themselves properly. If they're a drunk patron or they're being belligerent and being disrespectful to the bartenders or the waitress or the patrons around them, we exit them from the building properly and respectfully with no hiccup.
Are you familiar with how many security cameras are posted in the establishment?
46.
Okay. And how long does the establishment preserve footage of from these security cameras?
30 days, sir.
And what would you do if an ABCA investigator or MPD officer were to request some security footage?
I will give them security footage.
When do your personnel check for patron identification?
At the front of the club before entering.
And what do you determine? What do you do if it's determined that the identification is invalid or the potential patron is under 21 years of age?
They're denied from being in the club.
Thank you. Can you tell us about your procedures for searching and screening of patrons?
Like I said at the beginning of this, normally every person that comes inside of the building of the establishment of the venue is being screened for their ID first. My securities are instructed to telling people to remove everything outside their pockets. For the females, they are being checked by the female guard to make sure they have nothing sharp or anything legal in the substance to bring inside of the venue or harm to others, like weapons, brass knuckles, any firearms, anything like that, knives or whatnot. So I make sure that they understand that they cannot be inside the club whatsoever.
Has the establishment received any ABCA violations for any security related issues since its opening?
No, sir.
And the procedures that you've implemented in training employees or what you require out of the personnel, are these reflective of industry best practices?
Yes, sir.
And what are they based on the experiences you've had in this industry?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Mr. Van Dorn. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Van Dorn. I take it you are concerned with keeping peace, order, and quiet. That
Yes.
is your basic job, to make sure that folks are safe
Yes, sir.
and feel safe and the community is all right.
Yes, sir.
Our main concerns are dealing with the community and outside. First, when Onyx is open, does music play on the rooftop?
Yes, sir.
And does a DJ perform on the rooftop when Onyx is open?
Yes, sir.
Is there any insulation on the rooftop?
To my knowledge, it is, sir.
Around it completely?
To my knowledge, it is, sir. I'm not sure the structural
Objection
integrity of
beyond
the
correct examination.
Yes, Mr. Silverstein, that is beyond the scope for this witness, since he's a security expert. I think that this question was more appropriate for the previous witness, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
Is the rooftop what most people complain about? Do people complain to you? Have you received complaints from residents? Who do the complaints go to?
Objection, same
about
issue.
peace, order, and quiet.
Related to
When
Hold on,
when neighbors,
hold on, Mr. Silverstein, hold on. What are you objecting to, Mr. Mixon?
he's asking additional questions related to noise-related issues that were not covered in the scope of Mr. Van Dorn's direct examination.
Well, I mean, I think he's a security. I mean, he's security, so he talked about complaints. So he's head of security. So I don't know what type of complaints, but so I'm going to overrule the objection. But I mean, Mr. Silverstein, I mean, this witness should not be talking about. Well, I honestly can talk about complaints, but if you start talking about specific about noise, I'm going to sustain the objection. But as the head of security, it was a broad question, talk about complaints that he should answer whichever way he can within his area of expertise. You can answer the question, sir, if you can.
Can you repeat the question for me, sir?
the question is, don't all the complaints deal, when people come and complain to you, don't the complaints deal with the rooftop and with noise? Is that not the issue that you are having to deal with, or that the places, the licensee is trying to deal with?
Well, I don't necessarily have people come to me about complaints of music or of that particular thing. But most of the time, folks just complain about the traffic of people being on the floor, on the ground, outside the establishment. But I don't get noise complaints to me, sir. I haven't had a patron come to me about noise complaints.
Who would get those complaints?
It'll be someone that's above me, sir.
And who would that be?
My manager, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do you have a security plan?
Security plan, I do have one, sir.
And do you tell the people there that they must obey all laws?
Yes, sir. It's important, sir.
Okay, our concerns, sir, I can tell you, are not necessarily with the behavior of people inside the club as much as they are with noise issues. And if you cannot speak directly to noise issues, we'll thank you and move on.
Thank you so much, sir.
Any questions by any board members? All right. Thank you, Mr. Van Dorn, for your testimony today. Have a great day.
You too, sir.
All right.
All right.
The applicant, do the rest?
Applicant rests.
All right. All right, Mr. Silverstein, how many witnesses do you have?
We have 5, and 2 of them will be I think will be quite brief, both of whom have issues with having to finish today.
All right, so let's do the 2 witnesses that are going to be brief. So let's call. Who's your first witness?
Our first witness is Alex Vogel.
Mr. Vogel, I'm sorry, let me not say that. Alex Vogel, because Alex can go either way. All right, Mr. Vogel, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, your witness, sir.
Mr. Vogel, tell us a little about yourself. Where do you live? Do you work or go to school? Your age?
Absolutely. I am 25 years old. I moved here in July of 2024 into 1830 Jefferson Place. I'm currently in law school in my 2nd year. And yeah.
You don't seem to be forgive me, but you don't seem to be the kind of person who would be complaining about noise. You seem to be the kind of person who might, in fact, be part of the party group. Do you consider yourself to be the kind of person who would complain about noise?
No, I wouldn't say that I'm the typical person that would complain about noise. I just graduated college a couple years ago. Currently in law school, and I go out with a lot of my friends that are in school all the time. But just this particular instance, I felt that the noise got to a level, and at times, at a level and late into the morning, that became unreasonable.
How bad how bad does it get, and how did it affect you personally?
It's gotten pretty bad at times. The noise itself is one thing that's problematic in the sense that I can hear, the DJ doing call outs during specific songs. And that only started with, at the end of August into September. Um, and since then, like entire songs, the bass I can feel in my apartment. And like I said, I'm in school, and there's been times when, I've had an exam at 9 a.m. on a Monday, and 3:30 in the morning, I can still fully hear entire songs being played loudly in my unit. It's made it hard to sleep at times, and it's affected my sleep mostly.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I was just having a bit of a Charlie horse. I had to get up. And I've also lost my train of thought. Are you certain that this is from Onyx?
Yes, because I've lived here, like I said, since July of 2024, and there are a couple other bars and clubs in the area, but that never really grew beyond the level of ambient noise, or just regular street noise. And then when Onyx opened, the noise pretty immediately, and grew to a much higher level and much later into the night. And given the fact that I can hear specific songs being played and a DJ shouting over the microphone over the said songs, I'm fairly confident that it is Onyx specifically that is causing the noise issue here.
How loud is it? I mean, I know that's a hard question to quantify, but
Yeah, I didn't have my decibel reader out, but in my, the fact that I can hear entire like the lyrics and specifically the bass, or especially the bass, in my unit, it's pretty loud, loud enough to interfere with my ability to enjoy my peace in my home.
do you have problems the nights that Onyx aren't open? Isn't open?
No, I do not, to my knowledge.
Anything else you want to add, Mr. Vogel?
Nothing that I can think of off the top of my head, other than, like I said, really not trying to go out of my way to tell somebody that they can't have fun. It's just that the noise level and the times have been pretty egregious since Onyx has opened.
What would make you happy?
If the music was not as loud and as late at night.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Vogel, is it correct that you testified that you moved into the area in July of 2024?
Yes.
Were you aware at this time that the zone is used for mixed uses?
Yes, I was.
And you understand that entails commercial establishments?
I do.
Were you familiar with the high density of alcoholic beverage licensed or other nightlife establishments in the DuPont Circle area?
Yes.
So you expected there to be establishments that might have patrons there late at night upon moving in?
Yes.
Do you recall Alex Hodges' testimony from a little earlier?
Yes, I do, but if you could be more specific, that would be helpful.
Yes, just wanted to assess whether you were in attendance. Do you recall what Mr. Hodge said about it being difficult to source noise from a specific location?
I recall what he said about that.
Are you familiar with how many licensed establishments share an alleyway with Onyx?
Yes, I was, especially because I lived here for months with all of the other establishments prior to Onyx opening.
So isn't it highly probable that any noise disturbances may be that it may be hard to determine that Onyx are the source of these noise disturbances?
I would not go as far to say highly probable, given the fact that, as I mentioned, I cohabited with these other establishments for many months prior to the noise becoming an issue.
Are you familiar with this? This was present in Mr. Hodge's testimony, Mr. Messagera's testimony, the ABCA investigator's testimony, Mr. Davis, discussion of Onyx receiving no violations related to its noise.
I did hear that, yes.
And if it's received no violations, isn't it likely that no ABCA investigator has perceived an offensive level of noise?
I have no way of determining if that would be true or not.
No further questions.
Mr. Vogel, when was the last time you heard noise? You're saying you hear noise. So when was the last time you heard noise from this establishment? From what you believe is this establishment?
2 weekends ago, which would have been, let me pull up the date. This would have been the weekend of Saturday, the 24th of January.
Do you know when was the last time this establishment was open?
No, sir.
How do you know specifically the noise is coming from this establishment?
I have no way of guaranteeing that, sir, but as I mentioned, I was never able to hear music in my apartment with such clarity and volume prior to Onyx opening.
So your testimony is that you didn't hear noise before they got there. Now you're hearing noise, so therefore the noise is coming from Onyx. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that I heard some level of noise that I might expect prior to Onyx opening. I moved into an area where there are, establishments around me that might produce noise, and I was ready for that. But I'm saying that once Onyx opened with regularity, the noise level grew substantially.
But you can't say factually the noise is coming from Onyx.
No, I can't say factually because I'm not sure I would have a method of doing that from my building other than my understanding of, I don't know how I could exactly trace that from sitting in my bed trying to sleep.
So let me ask you a question, and I wasn't sure, maybe I'd missed it. Where do you live?
I live on 1830 Jefferson Place, and my unit faces the alley.
So you live in a Jefferson condominium, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, okay. Have you ever complained to this agency, ABCA, regarding noise?
I have not personally, in large part because I knew that my neighbor, who's the president of the condominium association, had been handling that, and I was keeping in touch with him to get updates, and I found it redundant to do so myself.
Okay. Any other questions by any other board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vogel. Thank you for being with us. So our chair was having a dialogue with you about the noise, and one of the questions he asked you was, do you know when the last time the establishment was open for the public to come in? So what I want to ask you is the noise the only indicator to you that the establishment is in operation? Are there any other ways in which there's a indicator that the venue is operating outside of the noise you hear from your unit?
On occasion, I've been coming home and seen when I walk by that Onyx is in fact open, and then gone back home and as I wind down, continued to hear them playing. So that's my only direct, I would say, indication. But otherwise, as I said, I had never been able to hear music being played with at the level and clarity prior to Onyx opening for the first time at the end of August.
Okay, so my follow-up question, and you may not be able to state this 100%, but is it your testimony that each time that Onyx is in operation, the sound is out of control to the point where it disrupts your life inside your unit?
It is each time that I know it has been opened, which is, most weekends, it has the music has been disruptive late into the night, essentially every time.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Vogel.
Thank you.
You'll get your chance, Mr. Silverstein. Any other questions by any board members? Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Vogel.
Ms. Quinn.
Is there, in your view, is there anything this business could do to mitigate the situation?
I mean, turn the volume down would certainly help to start with. And then, I other than that, I'm not the sound engineer. Turning the volume down and maybe not playing the music and so late into the night on occasion. Both of those things would considerably help. But I also do know that they have what is sometimes an open rooftop. So if that's going until 3, 4 in the morning, I don't know what you could do other than.
Would it, in your imagination, would it be helpful if you had, let's say, a direct contact with the business, whether it's one of the owners or a manager, where if things are out of hand, you could just text them, hey, it's out of pocket, could you do something? Do you think that would help the situation? Potentially.
In a vacuum, maybe, but I do know that my point of contact in the building has made repeated efforts to do so to little avail. So at this point, I would not imagine that to be particularly helpful. And nor would I appreciate having to,
Sure.
call somebody at 3 in the morning just to get some sleep.
Sure. So just so that I'm clear, the thing that if there was some kind of mitigation, that it would have to be something where on a much more consistent basis, the music is just at a lower volume.
Yes, or not so late into the night.
And yes. Not so late into the night. And then lastly, is it your desire, because just given the context of why we're here, this is we're considering renewing their license. Is it your desire that this business be closed?
I mean, I have no personal issue with them outside of the context of the music levels or the noise levels. So, in an ideal world, the music could stop being an issue for the residents in my building and myself, and they can continue to do as they please. But no, I don't have any, I don't have like a desire for them to close in the abstract.
Okay, thank you for your time. That's all from me, Chairman.
Thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members? I have a follow-up question for you, Mr. Vogel, and because you talk about, does this, how familiar are you with this establishment?
I've never been in this establishment, but I just know of it. And obviously I live near it, so I walk by it a good amount.
And the reason, because you mentioned a rooftop, and so I'm trying to find out if that you said that you heard noise like 2 weekends ago. Do you know whether that noise was coming from a rooftop, or was it coming from the establishment? Or do you have any idea where the noise was coming from?
The incident 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was in bed. My curtains were closed, so I couldn't tell you if the rooftop was open or anything like that.
And the reason why I'd ask, because you mentioned the rooftop, so like maybe close the rooftop. So I'm trying to find out, at least from your perspective,
Yeah. So
if was the noise coming because we're in the winter. Okay, we're in the winter, so I'm trying to figure out is there activity, do you know if there's activity on the rooftop? Or is there I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
I'm not entirely sure. No.
All right, that's fair. Thank you. Mr. Mixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Vogel, it's correct that in your testimony in response to Chairperson Anderson's questioning, that you had heard noise in the area from establishments prior to Onyx's opening?
I heard some noise, yes.
Did you also testify that you couldn't factually verify that the noise was coming from Onyx?
Not on every occasion, no.
Doesn't it seem improbable that noise would be coming from a rooftop at one day into a historic snowstorm?
I don't know if they can, if this was, I suppose, I don't really know what sort of facilities they have up there and what they can accommodate. And if I recall, the snow started on a Monday or a Sunday, and this was not on a Sunday. This was prior to that.
No further questions.
Mr. Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The snowstorm was on the 25th of January. This was before that?
Yes, I believe so. It was either the day before that, or 1 or 2 days before that, so Friday or Saturday night. Or I guess, it's possible it was the weekend prior to that, but I believe it was that weekend, yes.
And you've heard nothing or no real problems during the period since the snowstorm?
No.
Okay. Have you heard problems of any kind on the days that you know that Onyx is closed?
No, not to my knowledge.
No problems those days of the week that they do not operate, but problems that occur only on the days of the week that they do operate.
The days that I know Onyx has been closed, or I've known that Onyx was closed, I have not heard anything. And as far as I know.
And you were, in responding to a question that Mr. Nixon asked, you were there basically every night at home? Most every night?
During
No,
which
just
period?
from
yeah.
September on?
Yes.
And how often are ABRA investigators there, do you know?
Nobody has ever been to my
Okay.
apartment.
But the question the question was asked was, what do you think of the fact that they haven't issued citations or anything? You're there all the time. And are you saying that it is a regular occurrence on weekends? It is a regular occurrence to you that you hear noise in your place and that it makes your life difficult?
Yes, it certainly has made my life difficult. The Fridays.
Sustain the objection. That's not an appropriate question. So let's
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. If you have another question, but not
Your final question is basically, how difficult on a scale of 1 to 10 does this make your life on a weekend?
I would say most prominently, it's the Sunday nights. When I have, whether it's just school or an exam on Monday morning, hearing loud noise until sometimes past 3 in the morning makes it like a 7 0.5 out of 10 because it's hard to like it's very difficult to sleep until that late into Monday morning.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you, sir. I don't want to be any more duplicative.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vogel, for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.
All right. You said you have another short witness, Mr. Silverstein, for us to call?
Or would you prefer if we
That's up to you,
ended
sir.
now?
I'm sorry if you
Okay,
don't. No,
let me ask.
we're not gonna complete today. So we're gonna so we have to reschedule it for another day. If I was just saying it's your option if you want to call another witness or
I'll
if you
ask,
just want to
I'll
end
ask
for the day.
Commissioner Groth what her thoughts are.
If I'm your short witness, I'm happy to come back on the rescheduled date. I'd like to see the end of this as a fellow commissioner anyway.
Okay.
All right, so how many witnesses do you have now, sir? So I know when we reschedule this case.
I have 4.
So 4 additional witnesses. Okay. All right, so we're gonna bring this hearing to a close. The legal office will reach out to the parties to come to a mutually agreed upon date for the continuation of the protestants case in chief. Okay? All right. Thank you everyone for your time and attention this afternoon. Have a great day.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No. All right. Bye-bye. All right. So let me bring this day to a closure. All right, as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 4-5, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on February the 11th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for February the 11th, as published in DC Register on February the 6th. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been properly seconded. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed 4-0, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. And I now ask all board members to return to executive session. Thank you. Have a great afternoon. Bye-bye.